Yep, there we go. Okay, it's coming through now. Shouldn't be muted anymore, y'all. Hello, everybody. I have been, first off, I want to thank everybody for the memberships, the donations, and everything. If you couldn't tell by my voice and the fact that I will be intermittently coughing throughout this stream, I have been incredibly, damn near deathly sick for the last week. And unfortunately, usually when I'm sick, it's not COVID. To anybody thinking, I took 2 COVID tests. It's not COVID, and it's almost gone now. I'm almost entirely better. Um, but usually when I'm sick, like if I have a cold or a flu or it takes me out for a day or two, I can still get work done. Like I can still, either work on research or work on scripts or editing, and I haven't been able to do anything. Um, so, excuse me. So I'm gonna try speaking a little bit softer, actually. So, yeah, as a result, I didn't get a lot of work done. So I basically lost a week of work. And that means I appreciate. And not only did I lose a lot of work, I'd spent a lot of money on food because it's been snowing and freezing out, and I've been barely able to stand or get out of my bed. So if any of you have extra ducats, have extra dollars to donate, or you're thinking of it, it is incredibly, incredibly helpful at the moment. I'm going to go actually heat up a cup of hot water because I can already tell this is going to strain my voice. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you to everybody who's become members, who've been giving subs. I saw. Did I get it in DC? It's entirely possible. And thank you very much, Sophie Bliss, for all the memberships. It's entirely possible. Excuse me. Though I don't know. Does whiskey help with sickness? Not for my throat. It would probably just sting a lot. And so yeah, it's been a it hasn't been great. It hasn't been great. Did I wear a mask in DC? No. I was already, well, I mean, kind of technically I did. I did have my face covered for most of the time. That was more out of cold than anything else, but like I was already a trans person going into Trump spaces. I didn't need another reason for people to want to kick my ass. Oh yeah, got a microwave cup of hot water. That's the goodness. Ooh, a hot toddy does sound like it fucks. I might have to go fuck around and get a hot toddy after this. Um But yeah, no. So if anybody's, because I've been, as I've been going through this, it has been and here's here's the other fun stupid nightmare of mine. I usually drink tea. I usually drink a lot of tea. But all of my tea baubles, including my kettle and all the tea that people buy me over the years, because like my family and stuff. Well, when I was talking to them, my family bought me tea. That's been a fun little. How does one send a virtual lozenge? Techno Tenor, thank you for $3. Get well soon. Show on the East Coast has been brutal. Snow on the East Coast has been brutal as well. Big snowstorm tonight. Yeah, the fucking snow here popped up middle of February. Haven't had snow. Went almost all November, all December, no snow. Cool. Is Paddington supposed to? He's not fucked up. He's not fucked up. He's a good guy. What are you talking? This is a solid lad. Look at him. Dependable. Good man. Nothing fucked up about that bear. All he needs is marmalade, sandwiches. He's good. Yeah. Throbbing Williams, people in my city ran off the Nazis. Oh, are you in Chi-Town, Chicago? Local cops are collaborating with the Nazi groups to protect them, and it's even on camera. Yeah, I saw that shit. That's been fucking crazy. That's been crazy. Was that not Chicago or was that Cincinnati? Okay, I think that was Cincinnati. That's my bad. Why did I think that was Chicago? Yeah, Sabine, you're sick as fuck. It's been going around. And I was talking to a friend about this because I don't think... All right, I'm going to adjust some stuff real quick. Also, Ghostly Artist, thank you for 217. Blep, blep, get better. I appreciate it. I'm going to turn on some music to drown out the dogs. Sophie Bliss, thank you again so much. Matt Cat, how are you? I'm sick, but I'm getting over it. So I do think that people need to actually start, and I don't want to start catastrophizing about this. I don't want to, cause a panic or anything, but I think you and your family should have, which is not an easy ask right now, I understand. You should be ready and have with you some masks. Some good air filtration masks. And barring that, you should have N95 masks. And you should also get some canned goods. Get you some of those good, well, relatively good, but like the Campbell's Chunky. Those can usually, I find, last a meal or two for a decent amount of price, or a decent price, decent amount of price. You can tell my brain's still a little bit foggy from whatever I had. Lore Seeker, wait for what? For whatever's going to happen in the next couple months, because I don't like. First off, it's going to vary by your area. Is the thing. Like, people, COVID's not the problem anymore. There's a measles outbreak happening right now in Texas. TB, I believe, is having an outbreak over on the East Coast. We have, and if you haven't been keeping up with the thing that is causing the rise in egg prices, it's not tariffs or anything. Well, that might cause some of it, because America has been forced killing thousands and thousands and thousands of its birds because of new strains of bird flu. And I say new strains because there are different strains that are popping up at different places and are jumping from species to species. Am I getting notifications? I'm getting some of them. Your boy Max4, I think I'm getting all of them. Thank you very much. Your boy Max. Oh, awesome kid TH. Sorry, I just saw that. Your boy Max, thank you for 5 tier 1 subbies. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Ferrorized. Oh my gosh. That's so sweet. Pheromone now has a tier 1 sub to me. I feel, if Farrah's actually watching, I'd feel ashamed for looking so terrible. Awesome Kid TH, thank you for subscribing for 15 months. I feel your pain, been on and off sick for months now and other things. Feel free to get to this later. I feel I've already started to get desensitized with all the news, and I'm not sure if that's bad or good. It's bad. And I feel the same way, actually. We had, like, think about it for a moment. We had one of the largest commercial airline disasters in the history of the country. Like, a week and a half ago. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody cares. Like, 10 years ago, that would have been a national disaster. And everybody would have been, how do we stop this? What do we do to prevent this? But we know how we stopped it. We know how it happened. The people just don't want to. And that's going to be a big sorry. That's going to be a big problem that we're going to talk about today, is that, like, a lot of the shit. Oh, A for Ben, bid, but don't. Somebody asking chances of a bird flu pandemic. Chances bird flu leads to another pandemic, and chances our government responds to it at all. So that's the thing, is that I can't say for sure if it's going to be bird flu. I could say a couple things. One, I think with the way appointments are going, I think RFK Jr. is going to be Health and Human Services Secretary. I really do. As much as it sucks, because, like, I can't think of one. And granted, there are some dog shit appointees. I can't think of a single one who deserves a post less than RFK Jr. Now, what that pretends for, like, public health measures is insanity. It's like you all know I try not to overemphasize. I try not to be a doomer. I try not to be worst case scenario and cause a panic. And the important thing is to not cause a panic. But I think that also means that you need to be keenly aware of the possibilities, the things that could happen if you want to react to them successfully, and most importantly, keep you, people you care about, people who need to be defended, safe. Hypnotic genes, there could be deaths, there will be deaths. That's the unfortunate reality of what we're, because here's the thing. There's going to be another pandemic. Every major virologist, every major organization, institute is talking about it. And the government agencies, meanwhile, while this is happening, by the way, we've also cut off aid to dozens of countries where American science and science, see, this is what people don't understand about, like, colonialism, is that America's active interests in the world are not necessarily just based in military control, but also political and socioeconomic control. We help certain areas, so in exchange, we get resources from them. We get things from them, right? That's why when you see all these dumbasses, conservatives, being like, hey, why are we sending 50 million here to stop this? Why are we sending the condoms to Gaza? Well, we weren't sending condoms to Middle East Gaza. We were sending condoms to an area called Gaza in Africa to help stem the tide of HIV and STD outbreaks. Now, we're no longer doing these research collaborations with those countries. All the funding for them has been stalled or stripped due to either Trump's executive orders or the dumb shit that Elon Musk is doing. So what are you going to see when you take out, the United States working with the WHO, which we aren't anymore. We're not working with the World Health Organization. which is collaborating with scientists worldwide to come up with and try and understand new and emerging viruses, threats, diseases, which are always happening, so we can keep a tab on them. Because this is all fucking interconnected, by the way. It's not just that, like, oh, well, why are we spending... Because a big part of modern conservatism has become just lacking empathy as a virtue. Like, it really is. They will look at these things, well, I think Africa should, deal with their own issues. And, okay, well, even if you think that, guess what? Somebody from Africa is going to travel here. Somebody from here is going to travel to Africa. And our understanding the viruses that are at work in China, in India, in Africa, in Russia, in fucking Uzbekistan, doesn't matter where it is on the planet. Our being able to understand virology at every level, including having people on the ground who work with the local populations to help treat those issues, is not only good for, like, public perception of America, but also our understanding of those viruses if they ever come to our shores. Now, guess what we don't fucking have? If one of those viruses breaks out next year after in the Congo and somehow makes its way over here. Oh no, we cut funding to all of our research in the Congo. We cut funding to all of our malaria research for Africa. Whoops, whoopsie fuck. Nobody knows what to do. Because, like, just people are too fucking stupid to know that, like, yeah, we spend billions of dollars in shit that does not actively help you right now. But that doesn't mean it doesn't serve a purpose. Yeah, it's been... Sorry, give me a second. Sabine, can I message you? I probably won't see it, but you can message me on Twitter if you have something to tell me. Swain402, thank you for 100 bits. Sophie Bliss, thank you for $10 Canadian. Pay bills, doing my best. D-Money Dom, thank you for 1,000 biddies. And thank you for gifting a sub. Also, Mr. Bender, thank you for $10. February 22nd, Cortez Plaza, Sacramento, 10 a.m. We are protesting ICE. I just went to the range this morning. Don't let the racists be the only ones who are armed. Fuck yeah. Dustin the Dam, thank you for 16 months. Hope you're getting over things. I'm doing my best. Yeah, no, it is, yeah, like that's a good, somebody asking, how do I not lose hope? I don't know, Elysian, I don't know how to stay positive anymore. My home life is a nightmare, my world is a nightmare. I don't know what to do, I can't cope. Hypnotic genes, don't get sad, get angry. I think those two are really good answers to one another, and the trick is to not allow anger to take over who you are or who you want to be or what you want to put out in the world. Because anger can serve a lot of functions. It doesn't need to be hate. It can be standing strong in something, standing firm, standing up for others because you are angry at what you're seeing in the world. And I would say I think a lot of people are feeling very hopeless right now. And you're allowed to feel sad, but I think more people need to feel more angry. Like, straight up, I think more people need to feel more angry and not defeated. Because guess what? Like I've been saying this whole time, there's so many other people out there who feel just as pissed off as you do. And more people every day are looking at these pieces of shit, ransacking everything, and thinking, why isn't anybody doing something? It seems like where to channel it is more the issue. I mean, like Mr. Bender talking about going to Cortez Plaza protesting ICE. That's a great place to channel it. If you aren't able to travel to a protest group, find one in your area. If you're not able to find one, like I've said, form one. And it doesn't even need to be for protest. Start mutual aid. Excuse me. And even without that, getting weapons training, you know, if you want to find like-minded people, you know what y'all need to be doing? Weapons training. Learning how to open carry. And finding either somebody in your group to do it, to help you with it, or going to a range together. Because that's the reason why I know a lot of queer people, I know a lot of people of color don't like to go to a range, is because they're going alone. They won't feel safe. Okay. Go in a group. You all get to learn something. You all get to practice. There you go. Excuse me. There we go. DD weapons kind of scare me. No weapon should scare you. Miko Burgess, are there any online resources to find people like-minded online, or places to start organizing, or help me find it? I wonder. There might be groups on, like, I wouldn't even say Facebook anymore. Like, if you asked me 10 years ago, I'm like, oh, I'm sure there's, you know, some DSA local group or something that you could find on Facebook. On Twitter, there are, like, gun clubs, like leftist gun clubs, but those aren't localized. But maybe they have some, like, registrations you could look at. I would just start looking locally. Like, if you would look for any kind of, like, gaming group or buy, sell, share group or, like, anything like that, just start cross-referencing that with socialist organizations and stuff like that. Read R. Can't do gun training because I have dark thoughts. Any thoughts for advice for people like me? And not everybody needs to have a gun. I would advise look into medical training. Look into organizing for mutual aid. Look into just organizing. Excuse me. Yeah, DSA has tons of local chapters. I recommend looking into them. There's the liberals with guns Reddit where people are incredibly helpful with their builds, kits, training. I wonder how many of them are actually liberals, though. Like, that's... I guess some of them could be. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Starting to have RPG classes now. Basically, kind of always did. What? I threw my bone near my skateboard and lady doesn't want to go near my skateboard, so she's just waiting for me to go get it. It's just touching my skateboard, but she's afraid of knocking it over. Ugh. It's been a little funny. If people know, yeah, that's not a bad point actually. Johnny Viral, Riverboat Jack pointed this out. Your local Democratic Party may be full of folks just waiting to retire and let the armful takes over, so try that too. Yeah, local politics. Yeah, I skateboard. I skateboard everywhere. I mean, like, mostly in the summer. I can't right now because there's snow outside, but I pretty much skateboard everywhere downtown as my main form of transportation. What was I saying? So if you're gonna, I see people talking about investing in personal defense items. My other thing is, okay, if you don't want to get a gun, totally fine, totally understand. If you are going to any kind of protest, any kind of political action, and I would say, even if you're just queer or black or walking the street, honestly, I would recommend this. Maybe this is my, somewhat paranoid conservative upbringing coming out, but like, I would recommend you have some kind of self-defense item on you. Like, that's my personal recommendation. And it doesn't need to be a gun, but I would say you should avoid the, like, bedazzled Instagram cutesified bullshit that you see sometimes advertised to you. Like, oh, here's a, Hello Kitty taser or something. That shit's like $40. It's going to break. It's not going to work when you need it to. If you're not knife trained, don't fucking get a knife. Don't get a knife. Don't. Like, listen to me. I understand. Everybody thinks, like, oh, knives, they're super easy to hide, and, like, everybody has a pocket knife. If you are not knife trained, do not carry a knife for self-defense. Don't do it. Get pepper spray. When I say taser, I mean an actual fucking taser. The amount of people I have seen, like if you want to carry a pocket knife as a tool, totally fine. Whatever, go for it. Knock yourself out. But the amount of people I've seen have knives taken from them, I've never seen somebody stabbed with their own knife, but I've seen people have knives easily taken from them. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Pepper spray, on the other hand, gets the point. Yeah, and I think, like, get something that actually takes some fucking money. Like you don't. It is not a, cost equals quality type thing all the time. But, like, if you're buying a $40 taser off Temu, you're not gonna fucking feel that. You want something that will shock a motherfucker through a leather jacket. Oxpecker, thank you for 100. Quit telling informed queer leftists in red states to just move on as if they don't already know they need to do that. The demographic is desperate help, and it hurts like fucking hell to be told the default bootstraps BS regarding this issue. Who have I said to just move on? When have I ever said to just move on? That is a fucking crazy thing I feel to say after, unless you're saying just to the general audience. Okay. People in the chat don't think they're telling me. A response to someone in the chat? Okay. Yes, this is an angel dust sticker. Ashley, thank you for $5. If you get self-defense gear, get trained with it. Whatever it is, also learn to plug holes before you learn to make them. Very fucking true. Yeah, straight up, don't. Like, I think it's one of those things where, first off, tasing and tear gas. I do think if you're going to carry a taser, you should know how it feels to be struck with one. So, like, if you have any heart issues or anything, don't do that. But also, like, if you don't know what something can do, and more importantly, if you don't know how to do it or how to avoid doing it, don't carry any kind of weapon. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, doesn't matter if it's, I saw somebody recommend a karambit knife. If you don't know how to fuck, if you come out holding, like, where the fuck, I have a pen or something around here. I got a straw right here. Okay. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm not gonna use a straw. I got a pen. If you buy a karambit knife because you're like, ooh, that looks sharp, that looks messy, and you come out holding it like this, instead of like this with the edge forward, like, somebody's getting stabbed, it's not gonna be you. If you, like, you have to know how to use shit. Sophie Bliss, thank you for $5. I smell donations. I really do appreciate it, y'all. Yeah, chest press, Volk saying another word of advice, learn how to use chest press, tourniquet. Yeah, chest press, tourniquet, learn pressure points, and, like, you don't need to be, like, a medical expert, but, like, learn basic pressure techniques. Learn where and how, because a lot of people think they know how to find out if somebody has a pulse, or how to take somebody's pulse from watching fucking movies, and they don't know, like, the right point in the arm to actually touch. Like, so just, like, little things you can honestly, like, this is one of the things that, if you're wondering, okay, what do we get together and what do we do as, like, a community organization? Personal safety and first aid classes like this that teach these things, which all this information, by the way, is freely available. But that doesn't mean a lot of people are going to learn it like they need to. That doesn't mean they're going to retain it like they need to. And having it more disseminated in a public setting among other people who can also express the importance of why you need to know this, why you need to retain this information, why you need to remember it, invaluable. Brody, thank you for $5. Cold joke, but if you want to convince people that aren't knife trained to not get a knife, have them watch that knife scene in Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. You ain't fucking wrong. You're not wrong. Misanthropic and reappropriating the flag of USA as a socialist symbol. I just like as a symbol of patriotism and not nationalism. True Americans are leftists who help people no matter who they are, where they come from. True Americans don't like dictators nor billionaires. I wish... Do I still play music? On occasion. I haven't done it in a while. I really fucking miss it. A friend of mine took me to a friend of theirs. They're in a band and they were playing a show. And I'm just like, fuck, man, I miss being in a band. Thank you very much again, Sophie Bliss. Yeah, there you go. Salem Kunoichi. And that's a little bit more, but hey, you know, like, that's the kind of thing that if you get a group together, or you find a local group, that's the kind of thing you can work on and look into. Look how to differentiate between venous, arterial, and capillary bleeding. Always carry tourniquets if you expect danger. Prioritize learning weapon safety before weapons training. Then make sure you do ready up drills and ideally train with nomenclatures, call signs, etc. God damn. Alrighty. So, holy shit, we've already been talking here for 45 minutes. Good God. I do want to thank everybody, like I said, for all the donations. It's been immensely helpful to catch up. I'm going to be doing a couple more stream highlight videos, probably, just because of this. I'm going to go refill my hot water before we get started on catching up on all the actual fucking news, because good God. I'll be right back. Woof. Okay. Lowless Rain, thank you for $5. I don't get paid again until next Thursday, but I can spare 5. Be safe, everyone. I appreciate it. Should people on the left just start learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I mean, hey, look, close quarters combat. Yeah, somebody in the chat already. Oh, it scrolled by too fast. I missed it. But somebody saying, like martial arts are only, like they are good for physical fitness. They are good for, training yourself for hardiness. But like, there's no, to learn how to fight vaguely, but you cannot rely entirely on any martial art in an actual fighting scenario, because guess what, your opponent isn't going to actually give a fuck. Like in an actual fight, people are going to grab at things that you can't prepare for. They're going to do things you can't anticipate. Like it's not necessarily easy to think about in the same way. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. What do you want from me, little dog? Oh, you got. There you go. There you go. All right. Yeah, people get like, and I say this again, people forget that my expertise is a strong word, but people forget that I used to be a bouncer. And so I've seen more fights, I think, than most regular adults do. And like shit comes in all fucking flavors, comes in all sizes. And that ranges from just like going like people who think they have a plan. The plan. Wait, what is? There's that. It's a Call of Duty quote that used to flash when Call of Duty still did like death quotes. Something about plans rarely surviving contact with the enemy. Yeah, Rhyme Jack. There you go. No plan survives contact with the enemy. Yeah, before I transitioned, I was a bouncer at a comedy bar. Oh, goodness gracious. Ethan Price, what about boxing? I mean, boxing, I think boxing and like MMA and those kind of very close pugilistic sports, again, it teaches you basics and fundamentals. Boxing, I would say probably more than most, because it teaches you, well, probably more than most martial arts, because it is literally all about the fundamentals of just fighting with somebody. But again, like you're talking about a sport which has rules, and the second you strip those rules away, what is the good of learning them as they apply to you? You know, like it can help you learn things outside of that, like cardio, reflexes, like all that shit. But like there's no guarantee. The only way to win a fight is to win the fight. Excuse me. Yes, John Bainbridge. My specialty is de-escalation. Yeah, that's what I was really good at when I was a security person. The thing that a lot of people don't get, and this is even with drunk people, because a lot of people consider like, oh my gosh, okay, this person's drunk, so they're not thinking clearly. They're going to be more dangerous. They're going to be more likely to put up a fight. Which can be true. Again, it depends on the person. But in my experience, what people really fear more than anything is like a show of force, like they will back down from. If they think they have something to lose, whether that is, you know, fucking up a night for the friends they're hanging out with, whether that is getting kicked out of a bar when it's cold out or whatever, like, if they think they have something to lose, they will back down. It is the people who feel they have literally nothing to lose that do not care about consequences and will pull anything they can do. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. I am so sorry about the sniffles today. Look at this. There we go. Zach Fletcher, boxing and wrestling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu are good starters for hand-to-hand fundamentals and motor skills, but situational awareness and de-escalation works best. Firearms training is also super helpful, but a gun is also a liability. Very true. See, I feel like that's everything just perfectly summarized, put right there. No, we're talking about Nancy Mace first. I wanted to start with something. Well, so here's the thing. Usually I say, hey, we'll start with something a little bit lighter before we go into the heavy shit. And this, unfortunately, is not lighter. What do you guys figure out the outbreak of tuberculosis? Well, so yeah, that was another thing. I kind of talked about it earlier. I didn't want to say too much on it because I have not looked into it too terribly much. My Lola's Corner, thank you for $2 to like my drawing of you on Instagram. I did. I saw that. Thank you very much. Moth, thank you for $5. I know people don't like hearing this, but freestyle wrestling and judo are the things you would prefer to spend your time with. Oh. Yeah, I heard of the, I shared that, the Trump supporter. I was gonna put that into the docket of shit to talk about, but, how fucking ghoulish. For those who don't know, the person who, there was somebody in Maine, I believe, who was a crazy QAnon Trump dude, had a business making Trump CBD sunflower seeds, I think. And got into a shootout with, he got into a violent argument with his wife, threw her out of the house. She called the cops. The cops came, tried to take the kid, who was like 4 months old or something, and he ended up shooting them. He ended up killing a canine unit. He ended up shooting one officer, sending him to the hospital, trying to flee, I believe with his daughter. And in the middle of it, yeah, no, that's what started that conflict. In the middle of it, he posted, and this is kind of made its rounds on Twitter and stuff. He posted a video talking about how the government has been cracking down against him because he disagrees with gay rights, his words. And he was crashing out on Twitter, and in the middle of a shootout, by the way. He took time to like talk to a camera about how the government was trying to take his daughter away and like make her gay or whatever. And it was just, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, and also he was like 28 years old with an 18-year-old wife, so yeah, it it's just, it's really, Like, I don't even know what to kind of say about it. It was like, it's completely expected is the thing. I guess he's 29. I thought he was 28. It kind of a moot point, but um, it's just, it's so. I talked about it on Twitter and said that I think we're going to see more like it, unfortunately, because even though Trump has won, we have not seen what I think a lot of people have been promised, and especially a lot of the QAnon people have been promised, which is for, like, oh, all the deep state, we're going to execute them all, and we're going to get to go raid all the child compounds and rescue the kids from the adrenochrome factories, and all the mole people will be put to death, like all this shit. And these people have believed this for years and years, and now Trump has finally won, and he's finally dismantling the deep state and all this shit. And it turns out to have nothing to do with them or the shit that they were interested in, and is now, in fact, going to be like their Social Security and their Medicare and the things like their veteran benefits and all the shit that, like, keeps them alive. But they have this sunk cost into the MAGA movement. And I think it really, this action movie scenario for so many people, because it's already something that is so deep in the American consciousness, this idea of being this one lone armed badass standing against the hordes at the gate or whatever the fuck. And you see that a lot in cases like Daniel Penny, in cases like Kyle Rittenhouse, like the praise that comes after them. There's just this all-American bloodlust that runs as an undercurrent to modern conservatism. And I think for a lot of people, they're feeling, or going to, feel cheated that they don't get to enact that violence, and will still try and find ways to manifest it and make it happen. I think that's what really happened there. But that's that's a little bit of me jumping to conclusions. I don't really have a Navy Cobain. No, I just talked about I'm getting over a week-long fucking terrible cold. Slowmox Panda, thank you for 5 months. Sorry to bug you again. Do I have a fan mail, Addy? Hit me up again on Twitter. I think I've seen you hit me up before. I'm sorry I haven't been able to answer it. It's just been a really busy last couple of weeks. But hit me up again on Twitter. Just send a, hey, quick reminder message, and I will get back to you. Sophie Bliss, thank you for $10. That part in the Bible about the meek shall inherit the earth. Can it happen yet? Oh, probably not for a little bit. Thought I left Twitter? Me too. I thought I did too. Turns out I'm very cockroach coded like that. I refuse to be driven out. Oh, what if you don't have Twitter anymore? Hit me up on Blue Sky. I'm mostly trying to be on Blue Sky, but the thing is, sorry. God damn. The thing is, the algorithms are so different that I get served different sides of news stories, and it's not like a conservative leftist like dichotomy. It is just literally I get served entirely different like stories I just don't hear about on each other platform for whatever reason. Don't know why. I think it's also just because there's so much shit going on. So for the time being now, Twitter's unfortunately still a useful asset. Kyle Rittenhouse is a national hero. Why? Did he beat the Bob's Big Burger Belly Challenge? That'd be the only notable thing I've seen him do. What, did he break the record for most fruit snacks in an afternoon? Yeah, all right. So let's look at this TB outbreak real quick. Experts fear consequences of Trump's restrictions on the CDC. Blue Sky account should be also under dead domain. One of the largest outbreaks ever recorded in the U.S. So people were asking earlier, how are we, are we going into another pandemic? And the absolute worst case scenario, and this is why I think people need to be, again, do not panic buy, do not overstock, do not overbuy, but have a cache of food if you need to stay inside, like there were shutdowns for the other pandemic, and masks. Because there is a here's the real scary eventuality. There is a so likely chance that there will be some other kind of pandemic. There is a non-zero chance there will be multiple strains of shit going around. And the truly horrifying part is that because of the way the conservative base has been inculcated, people are going to be encouraged not to stay home, not to let fear rule your lives, as we have things like bird flu and TB outbreaks, I'm sure. It's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, N95 masks preferably. You can think of TB outbreaks like a canary in the coal mine of our public health infrastructure, said David Dowdy, professor of epidemiology at Johns Hopkins. What causes them to happen is a weakening of our public health infrastructure. Since January 2024, there have been 67 active cases. The state has detected at least 79 latent cases of TB. State is currently monitoring 384 people who are undergoing testing. The Kansas governor was banned from closing down businesses during public health emergencies in 2021. The legislature forbade state and county public health officials from mandating tests, isolations, and closure in 2023. Tuberculosis tends to spread when people spend a lot of time in crowded conditions, prisons, jails, and homeless shelters. These are also places where people frequently lack access to adequate health care, which can make infections more likely. Do you see how we're doing? You see how we're just going in circles here? Just aren't kids vaccinated for TB? Aha! So, I mean, like any virus, it can mutate, but also we have people at the helm who want that to not be the case, like RFK Jr. The ban on external communications includes withholding the release of the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, a highly regarded epidemiological digest that updates the public and medical practitioners on emerging and continuing outbreaks, among other crises. So the public and medical practitioners are not able to stay up to date on emerging and continuing public outbreaks. Great. On Friday, hundreds of pages were also removed from health agency websites to comply with Trump's executive order to remove references to race, gender, sexual identity, and disability, among other identities. Some of those pages have now been restored, sometimes with edits and omissions because of the order. Yeah, no, none of the scientists are allowed to talk to the WHO anymore. Oh, goodness gracious. Sorry, I needed to blow my nose. Roman U.S. Politics News. Thank you for subscribing. The Nurgle Party. All right. So let's go. Now that we're done doomering about that, let's talk about Representative Nancy Mace, who might be has become the new MTG, the new Lauren Boebert, very quickly. And I saw somebody kind of speculating about like what agenda is she hoping to get accomplished here with this. Like it was some pundit, I think it was a reporter, saying like this just doesn't make sense for a congressperson to do, or for a representative to do. Excuse me. Because it is something that even your party like isn't this fucking rude. First off, yes, it is. This is setting a new standard. This is she is taking advantage of the precedent that is being laid out by Trump, and you'll notice that nobody from her own party has come out and made statements about it. If they are, nobody's paying attention. I haven't seen it. They haven't made it over the din of how loud she's been. Yeah, and it is simply she just wants to be on TV. I think that's part of it, but I think it is also a genuine hatred. Like you don't get to this point based on just wanting to be, the next conservative reality flavor of the week. All right. Let's see if we can get this.
The LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please.
Cool. That's why. It wasn't connected. That's fine.
Finish without interruption. And
tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
It's disgusting. Let the gentleman state his parliamentary inquiry.
To me, a slur is a slur, and here in the committee, a level of decorum requires us to try consciously to avoid slurs. You just heard the gentlelady actually actively, robustly repeat it, and I would just ask the chairman that she be counseled that we ought not to be engaged. We can have debate and policy discussion without offending human beings who are our fellow citizens. And so I would ask, as a parliamentary inquiry, whether the use of that phrase is not, in fact, a violation of the decorum rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men in women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some guy.
My inquiry is to the chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. The inquiry is about decorum. Decorum is at the discretion of the chair.
That's
I will be
mansplaining,
honest,
Mr. Chairman.
with the ranking member. I'm not up to date on my politically correct LGBTQ terminology.
Also, fuck this Representative James Comer guy, Republican Kentucky. Not surprised that he basically what he's doing is taking her side. He's like, well, I'm not up to date on what's offensive or not. Yeah, no, it is because here's the thing. She's not just saying it as a one-off thing because she knows, she's been told, she understands that it is an offensive term to use. Now, why is she using it? To dehumanize. Because she wants to dehumanize trans people. She wants to take advantage of the current trend that Trump has sparked to further her political goals. And that's really, to go back to what we were saying at the beginning, that's really her only goal here. Like, that's all she wants to do. That's all she's using this for. All this hate, all this setting a precedent, by the way, of using, if there is nothing that is going to come down on her for this, how long until we see Elon saying it? How long until we see Trump saying it? Like, how long, if she just keeps saying this without any kind of decorum measures, without any kind of pushback, it's just going to become the next thing that they all say to trigger the libs. When in reality, it's a slur that people will use to actually justify, and they will include in their hate and attacks on people in the real world. Things that the people here on Capitol Hill are completely unaffected by and don't care about. Adolin, thank you for $5. Mace's slurs didn't get me. Nothing from her small vocab could. Saying they can debate my rights without offense is what got me. Whole thing is offense. That's fair, but it is like, it is not. It kind of reminds me of Melanie Mack. For those who don't know, Melanie Mack recently did a blackface bit. Print, I don't even know what to call it. Just another ploy for outrage that she does because she has literally no other talents. She has literally nothing else to do in life except try to foment and create more outrage that she can farm for what little shred of fame she has. And it really reminds me of that, where it is just like, even looking at it, I can't get mad at it because it's so toothless. You are just doing it for the sake of offense. You are doing offense for offense's sake. You're doing offense for offense's sake. But that also doesn't mean that you're not setting a precedent for other people to follow, especially being in one of the highest offices in the country. Like, that is the most galling part. And I want to show what else happened today. I'm gonna take that down. So this is Sarah McBride. Oh, wait, no, I want...
Mr. McBride for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was...
Sorry, I know that was loud.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware. Mr. McBride for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was elected, I promised to...
Yeah, so, I am also not McBride's biggest fan in the world. I think she handled this with a lot more grace than she probably should have. But McBride is unfortunately in this unenviable position where any amount of pushback she gives proves the point that they want it to. And which is to TERFs, to these radical anti-trans people. It's like, oh, it's just that's really just a man in a dress. Look how aggressive they are. And unfortunately, that leaves this appearance of grace as a feeling pretty fucking spineless. Like it is very much a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Crooked 2814, same thing is done to black people. Yeah. Like if you stand up for yourself, oh, you're being aggressive, you're being scary. If you don't, you get rolled over. You get spoken over. At the very least, you have to ask for dignity at the start of a statement. It is... Yeah, Brutus Magnuson, I think that is a good quality about it, is like, never give ground to people who only respect perceived strength. Is that we are now at a point, and I need people to understand this. And I talked about this months ago with Sarah McBride, is that like, she, in a way, she chose to be the first represented trans, the first elected trans representative. But she did not choose this climate. But you don't always get to choose the time, the appointed hour, for the responsibilities that you are given, the responsibilities that come with your position. And I think one of those responsibilities right now is to stand up to fascism, particularly as it continues to target trans people and other outgroups. There have been, 5 executive orders specifically targeting trans people, queer people, LGBTQ people? There have been entire servers wiped of research being done into trans healthcare, just so people can sit back and say, well, there's no evidence there's no scientific evidence behind transness. Like, only for her to roll over for this stuff. And again, I understand it. I get it. It is a fucking high pressure situation. I do not envy it. But you are talking about, we have turned a leaf into open fascism. Make no mistake about it. You cannot say anymore. Like a couple years ago, when liberals would fucking freak out about Trump, is like, oh my gosh, he's just like Hitler, this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, maybe calm down a little bit, you know? But now, things are noticeably, incredibly different. Mostly because, as I'll talk about in a minute, Trump isn't really running things. Musk is kind of running things. Trump is basically taking a back seat and letting Musk do whatever he wants so Trump can do whatever he wants. Like, run the fucking Kennedy Center. Like, is he going to just replace... All right, I'll get to that in a second. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, you'll notice people talking in the chat. You notice Dems are awfully quiet just about this in general. Like, I'm sure a couple of them have spoken up, but not nearly enough. Which has become the tenor, it's become the tone of everything so far. Like, it is... I think it's part of why so many people have become so disengaged or disappointed or angry, and rightfully so. There's one a story I'll get to in a little bit here, because we have a lot to go through with the Musk shit. There's a story where they were apparently locked out of the Department of Education, and there was just one lonely ass, scrawny ass white dude just saying, "No, you can't go in." The fuck is he gonna do? You're a crowd of people. What the fuck is he gonna do? And they're just sitting out there like, "Oh, we can't do anything. Our hands are tied." Let me tell you. You know how I know shit could change? That all of this could be taken care of? Is because look at how much shit is already changing. Look at how much is getting changed. Look at all of the fucking people coming into the night, ransacking servers, downloading data, pulling records. All like that, drop of a hat. Why? Because those motherfuckers want to do something about it. The Dems? Not so much. Weren't there armed guards inside? What the fuck are the armed guards going to do? Are they going to shoot members of Congress? I doubt it. Yeah, no, Myra Rend, the court orders are so cute. Yeah, like they a bunch of people are like, excuse me. Excuse me. A bunch of people are like, because we seen a lot of people, a lot of these kind of liberal accounts being like, hey, no worries, team. Like a judge blocked the order in Illinois for Trump to take away trans health care. Okay. What do you think that will work? Like, I think, again, I think a lot of people do not fucking understand the actual tenacity of the system that is working against them right now. Like, I was talking about this with Project 2025. At every level, they are grinding down guardrails and safeties. You, Cat Black, Walter Masterson, and Tom Powell Jr. are the few people whose political takes I trust. Well, I don't know about me. But thank you, Digital Mortality. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Bannon is... honestly, I would prefer Bannon over Elon, because Elon is a fucking... he's a dipshit whose reach far extends his grasp. But unfortunately, that reach-grasp ratio is raking its little grubby mitts all over the inner workings of the United States right now. So let's go to... because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's talk about how this all started. I'm going to pull up a couple stories here. Because it's been coming fucking hard and fast, y'all. Just like we thought it would. And I think a lot of people who were like, oh, not that much is going to change. I think a lot of libs who weren't as invested as they needed to be are going to be a little bit more, hopefully radicalized by some of this stuff. We'll see. We'll find out. Like I said, I got a lot of stories on these little pricks. So, a couple days ago, and this has been going on basically since the election. Like, we knew this would happen. Since it became... Excuse me. Since it became clear that Elon Musk's DOGE department would have a much more integral role in the Trump administration than anybody really thought, which I would say was probably around the election that it really started to become clear, when Musk really started spending a lot of time with Trump on stage, inserting himself into a lot of conversations. Even though I fully believe Trump fucking hates the little bastard now. I think Trump is also now being given something he wanted more than anything, and that's the ability to not run the country, not actually have to deal with the workplace bullshit, but to just fuck off and do whatever he wants, like running the Kennedy Center, which we'll get to in a second. Musk associates given unfettered access to private data of government employees. The Musk-connected political hires include 2 recent high school graduates. So this was one of the first headlines. The news that there were 2 recent high school graduates among the Doge kids, which is what I've taken to calling them. Now, several of Elon Musk's associates installed at the Office of Personnel Management have received unprecedented access to federal human resources databases containing sensitive personal information for millions of federal employees. According to 2 members of OPM staff with direct knowledge, the Musk team has the ability to extract information from databases that store medical histories, personally identifiable information, workplace evaluations, and other private data. Staffers spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly and feared professional retaliation. Now, that's incredibly fair, because we've already seen that also, like, government watchdog groups, DEI watchdog groups, self-appointed, have started keeping track of government employees who are black, who are female, who are anything but straight and white, because they're possible DEI hires. Among the government outsiders granted entry to the OPM databases is University of California, Berkeley student Akash Baba, a software engineer who graduated high school less than 3 years ago. Previously interned at Meta and Palantir, a technology firm chaired by Musk ally Peter Thiel. Edward Korestein, another 2022 high school graduate at software engineer intern at Neuralink, has been given access to the databases. Jesus Christ. Gavin Klinger, a former Twitter software engineer serving as a special advisor to the director of OPM. Shortly after Trump took office, OPM installed Greg Hogan to serve as its new chief information officer. Hogan was tapped to replace OPM CIO Melvin Brown, who has accepted the job less than a month ago. So they've been inspected. So basically so far, this was a couple days ago, we learned that these people had been instructed to just basically give the Musk kids, the Muskrats, let's say, whatever they want. Like, just go fucking wild with all of this incredibly sensitive data, right? A OPM director who spoke to Musk Watch on the condition they would not be mentioned by name agreed with staffers' concerns. Quote, "What Musk is doing will put so many government employees at risk. It's not at all what the office is intended for," said the former OPM director. "I just can't believe what I'm seeing." There are also potential security risks. Quote, "China and Russia are literally trying to hack us every day, and we just gave all this data over to somebody that's not been properly vetted." Yeah. None of these kids, by the way, have been politically vetted. And let's look at the other the other actions Doge has taken first before going into who the little muskrats are. What's their deal? Twinkstoffel. I fucking hate that. Fox of Fate. Thank you, though. Arthur Clybourne writes, thank you for $5. Welcome to the United States of Can You Believe This Shit? No, I cannot. Iki the Struggly, thank you for $3. Hey, DD and Pal, sorry to hear you caught the ill. Anyway, sheesh, what the fuck does it take to send in law enforcement to throw out these autocratic douchebags out in the cold? Where the fuck is law enforcement to physically rip Musk a new one? They own the law enforcement now. Like, that's where law enforcement is. Yeah, it's... Ooh. What do you want, dog? What? I hear you whining. What do you want? All right, I'm going to go give Lady some food, I think. All right, back. Sorry. All right. Somebody asking what safety regulations is he stripping? They want to dismantle OSHA. All right, so here we go. USAID thus far has been the biggest crown jewel in Elon's, we're finding fraud crown. And it's a complete fucking bullshit because he and the dumbass children that follow him and the dumbasses on Twitter who are perpetuating this nonsense do not understand how to actually read or understand how funding things works. Right? Excuse me. Yeah, no, OSHA, really quick, to back up what I'm saying. It was in a new bill that was put out, or a bill that was proposed. Yeah, here we go. Andy Biggs introduced a bill that seeks to abolish the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. I have no idea if that will actually move forward. I wouldn't be surprised if it does, but it's not like one of Trump's fucking, I'll do that really quick. History's actor, Jenny. It's not like one of Trump's priorities, so I mean, who knows? It could become one. Bruce Magnuson. I thought Bruce Magnuson was already a mod. All right. All right. Congratulations. You are now a mod, Brutus. Outlawing unions. Yeah, outlawing unions is honestly not too surprising. Not too surprising on that one. All right. Elon Musk basically, so going back to the USAID, the USAID does a lot of shit for a lot of people. And like a lot of our funding, quote unquote funding, that goes to, remember at the beginning when I was talking about how cutting programs that like work on overseas, funding malaria studies, funding studies for HIV and AIDS, it's all in service of either a healthier world, a better global presence for the U.S., or just like good old-fashioned diplomacy, like going after those, having leverage for them sweet natural earth minerals or whatever the fuck. Anyway, nobody seems to know or care about any of this shit anymore, so it's all just getting cut. Anything that might help people is getting cut because, oh, it's secretly leftist. That, like, there was a great it's been going around that apparently, you know, some amount was spent on making a Sesame Street in Iran, but it was funded by USAID. I believe it was USAID. Okay. Can you think why you might want to have, and granted, this is like some CIA talking here, but put your noggin on for a second. Do you think why? Why would America want to have ideological sway over the children of a country that is often regarded as an enemy? That's wow. Like, it's so fucking dumb. And just conservatives will hoist this kind of argument out and be like, look at all this dumb stuff we're spending money on. It's like I'm not saying it was a great way to spend money, but also it's fucking Sesame Street. Like, who gives a shit? What? Yeah, it is. It's literally soft power. Like I'm not saying it's good or bad either way. I'm saying that is what it means to be living on a global stage. And here, the true problem with, like, if you want to be the biggest badass on the block, you don't just abscond with every bit of that soft power that you have. Like, you don't just say, hey, I'm taking my ball and going home, and then I'm taking everybody else's ball too and fucking going home with it. Because I played with it a couple times. Like, what are we fucking doing here? Oh, excuse me. Johnny Viral for another mod position? Okay. I trust you two. I'm trusting you on this. If I can find Johnny Viral. I know I've seen him posting lately. There you are. All right. Don't disappoint me. There you go. Alrighty. Billionaire and government efficiency chief Elon Musk. I do like how they are not calling it Doge. I know some of these journalists are getting so pissed off. I know Connor Murray was like, I'm fucking over my dead body, I'm gonna call it that stupid dog. The unsupported claimed the agency was a form of money laundering and that it paid celebrities millions to visit Ukraine. There's no evidence to suggest USAID is engaged in money laundering. On Saturday afternoon, Musk reposted a claim that suggested it was a form of money laundering taxpayers' money into far-left organizations, adding, absolutely, though neither poster offered sources or factual information. Although Republicans have criticized the organization for wasteful spending, there's no evidence that USAID was engaging in criminal behavior to support left-wing organizations. Shocker! Did Chelsea Clinton get a big paycheck? Despite several posts on X claiming she raked in a large $84 million sum, the difference is Clinton actually refers to her family's Clinton Foundation. The only Clinton-related organization that has received USAID money is the Clinton Health Access Initiative, to which USAID gave $7.5 million in court in 2019. The grant given was used to fund health services in Zambia between 2019 and 2021. What the fuck was I talking about earlier? What was I talking about earlier? Chelsea Clinton receives no compensation, according to IRS documents. You notice how Elon Musk posting shit without actual, like, sources? But we have USA spending, IRS documents. Dog, you gotta stop. You gotta leave me alone. Oh, my goodness. Whew. Okay. Did they pay celebrities to visit Ukraine, including Ben Stiller? There's no evidence. Several social media posts have claimed it. Stiller called the claims totally false and untrue, clarifying he self-funded his trip to Ukraine, has not received money from USAID. Penn's litigation attorney called it completely false. Penn self-funded his visit and threatening to take legal action if the defamatory statements continue. Fucking do it. Musk amplified these claims on X. Reposting a video that was fabricated to look like it had been reported by E! News. So are we seeing what's happening here? Like, are we seeing how the gears all turn one into another? How you give this guy unfettered access to the government and also unfettered access to a massive platform that he transforms into ostensibly what he wants to label it as, a way to disseminate and spread news. And now he has no insight. No, he never has had insight. He has no oversight on either of these things and is able to just ravage one side of things in the government and then slop whatever he wants, propaganda, onto Twitter, where the base that he's germinated with Trump's help will just take it as pure fact. It's news coming straight from the source, obviously. When in reality, it is just this nightmare propaganda machine he's created that is, for as sloppy as it is, ridiculously effective. Shockingly effective. Oh, did USAID fund research that caused COVID-19? Musk reposted an unproven claim that it funded specific research. Nonprofit EcoHealth Alliance. Some of the EcoHealth Alliance's methods are controversial. The groups previously said the viruses of the study were not similar enough to COVID. Did Politico get paid by the government? Yes, but for subscriptions, not USAID grants. Spread false claims USAID gave the news outlet Politico millions of dollars, which Trump basically claimed was to write good stories about the Democrats, suggesting this could be the biggest scandal. But Politico never received any donations. Statement spent $44,000 on subscriptions to Politico Pro, which news outlet described as a professional subscription service used by companies, organizations, and yes, some government agencies. That's absolutely not surprising. Like, you are literally in politics. You subscribe to a politics magazine? Fucking shocker. Like, are Trump and Musk just surprised that some people actually do their jobs and read about the shit they're doing? Politico said it has never received any government subsidies or grants and clarified USAID's purchase was a transaction, not funding. Conspiracies about Politico being funded spread after a technical error caused paychecks for political staff to be delayed earlier this week, leading some ex-users to jump to the false conclusion that USAID had been funding that outlet. USAID fund condoms in Gaza? No. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna put lady in the thing. I'm gonna put lady in the machine. No, you're going in the machine. All right, goofball. Alrighty. Yeah, the condoms in Gaza. I talked about this a little bit earlier. Trump's press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, claimed last week they spent $50 million on condoms in Gaza. This is not true. May have been referring to USAID grants issued to the International Medical Corps, a group that provides aid to victims of war, totaling more than $100 million, in which family planning programming, including contraceptives, were included, which is typical for aid packages to developing countries. Again, all of this shit is soft power. All of it is expected of a world superpower, especially if you are exerting your influence over other parts of the world. It's like we have the dumbest fascists in the world in power because they don't understand anything other than pure, blunt power. It's also not Palestine, Gaza. Lulu Stardust, thank you very much for following. In posts on X, Musk said the U.S. should not be sending U.S. taxpayer money to buy condoms for foreigners and basically claimed money for contraceptives ended up in the pockets of Hamas. And there we go. Like that's a perfect example of how are we like where is any kind of safeguard to stop that misinformation from being spread? Is it on the platform he owns? Is it on the government position that he's bought that has no oversight? He's just now able to recklessly spread the dumbest shit that anybody can send at him in a meme. And he'll just like retweet it. The State Department, not USAID, gave $70,000 in 2022 to fund a musical in Ireland that promoted diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Like, you might not like some of this stuff. I think 70,000 that could probably like. We got schools that kids can't afford to eat. You know, we got shit we can take care of in our home country. But ultimately, like, the government can and does just print its own fucking money. So who gives a shit, honestly? Tourism in Egypt to increase educational opportunities and strengthen the livelihoods of the people of North Sinai. Not to fund tourism. Shocker. Were any of the controversial claims of USAID spending true? Yes, they did provide funding for several programs that have been slammed by Republicans. Gave $1.5 million in 2022 to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. How's Serbia on workers' rights and shit? Let me see how. Interesting. Not legally recognized. Okay. Serbia is a little bit more chill than I would have anticipated. $2 million sex changes in Guatemala, which is not true, but USAID did make a $2 million payment to strengthen trans-led organizations and gender-affirming healthcare in Guatemala. Do not care. Gender-affirming care encompasses more than the surgeries. It's unclear what medical care the grant was used for. Okay, so that's that. So after they've just like spent a lot of time gutting USAID and shitting all over pretty much any good that it's done, or any like dumb shit that they've spent some money on dumb shit, I'm sure, they're turning their watchful eye to the OMB, No, sorry, not the OMB. The Consumer Protection Bureau. The Consumer Protection Bureau. Russell Vought took over as acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on Friday night, and officials from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency deleted the banking watchdog's X account. Vaught's new role, first reported by the Wall Street Journal, came a day after he was confirmed by the Senate to lead the office of OMB. Everyone is just dismayed and angry, the source said of the mood inside the CFPB. Neither the White House nor the CFPB have responded to CNN's request for comment. So, well, again, they're just hollowing these things out, and then we find out what's going to happen later. This is what happens when you don't... Sorry. This is what happens when you apply the dumbass Silicon Valley ethos of, like, I think it was Zuckerberg who had the, like, move fast and break shit, or maybe that was one of those assholes. When you apply it to something that is intricately layered, one piece on top of the other. And I want to say, I am not against cutting things like bureaucracy, cutting things like wasteful spending. All of these things are good and noble goals to try and achieve. This is the dumbest fucking possible way you could try and achieve them. By trying to hollow out organizations, laying off thousands of workers, attempting to buy everything out, because ultimately it's not about running something that works for everybody. It's about running something that works for people like Elon Musk, that works for people like Trump, that works for the oligarchs, because he doesn't give a flying fuck about any average American person, and never has. Remember how Trump wanted to sue everyone else for defamation? Rules for me, not for the... Yeah. So, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. Great fucking photo, by the way, from Wired. Wired has been absolutely killing it on exposing these little dorks, by the way. To the chagrin of everybody who's been saying, oh, they're being doxxed. Giving somebody's name, their legal name, their age, who they are, their picture, that is not doxing. When you are in control and you are touching some of the most sensitive parts of the government that will affect life, tangibly affect life for millions and millions of people, that's not doxing. Okay? Like, people deserve to know who these unelected little shithead sycophants are if they're going to be getting their sticky little toddler fingers all over everything. Profound Egg, thank you very much for following. Elon Musk's takeover of federal government infrastructure is ongoing. At the center of things is a coterie of engineers who are barely out of, and in at least one case, purportedly still in college. Most have connections to Musk. We've talked about this. Where's the... Really? I have to... All right, give me a second. All right, give me a second, Neil. All right, I'm just going to go big screen for a moment. Okay. Am I not? God damn it. I gotta subscribe. All right, sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get to the story. No. Okay, here we go. Second. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right. Nope. Oh my God. I am a subscriber. I just subscribed. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry, give me a second, y'all. Fucking. All right. Yep. No, I have that. Okay. So why can I not get my fucking? Oh my God. Every website being a fucking. All right. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck you, Wired. Walking 3 kilometers to get your breakfast? Goodness gracious. Yeah, no, exactly. Clown X Royal. Like, if you want to fucking see what, like articles about the truth, well documented, good journalism is behind all of this paywall bullshit. But then Elon's out here just fucking shilling these lies all over the place. Yeah. Here's some of the, well, no, do I have to? No, because I just want to read an article. Thank you. The Hill, thank you for pivoting to video. Fuck you. Oh, shocker. So, like, basically every time a new thing comes out about one of these dorks, it's not surprising at all. Edward Korestein, you've probably seen this dork's picture going around. The youngest of Elon Musk's Doge Whiz kids at 19 was previously fired from an internship after he allegedly leaked a data security firm's sensitive information to its competitor, a Bloomberg report reveals. In a June 2022 message, an executive with Path Network confirmed that Korestein has been terminated and called his behavior unacceptable. There's zero tolerance for this. Now, That sounds exactly like somebody you definitely want in charge of anything to do with national security secrets, right? Right? A 19-year-old who got fired by a security firm for leaking to a competitor. I never exploited it because it's not just me, wrote Korstein under the alias Rivage. He's also known to use the alias Joey Crafter, sources told Bloomberg. Big Balls is another one of his online monikers. The incident didn't prevent the teen from landing an internship at Musk's Neuralink before moving on to DOGE, where his core responsibilities now include gathering data sets on government personnel, contracts, and programs. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Gavin Kligger. Korstein isn't the first DOGE staffer to raise red flags over his internet activity. White House spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt confirmed to the Wall Street Journal that Gavin Kligger, God, all these, like, they're like, it would have to make a spoof about dumb Republican children. They all just have names like Wick Brickman, Gorg Snoot, Bavis Munchingham. Like, they're just I can't. Fuck, man. Gavin Kligger. So this guy was fired and then is now being brought back and reviewed because, would you believe it, the posting VP, J.D. Vance, came in and said, oh, come on, guys, let's not ruin this 25-year-old adult's children's life. He called him a kid, basically. Said, oh, I don't think a kid's life should be ruined over this stuff. Now, what was this stuff, you say? I actually look up a better one. Ah, Forbes, you got me. Ooh, there we go. Motherfucker. I will fucking end you, Forbes. Okay, here we go. Oh, no. Gavin Kligger was a different one. Marco Alez was the super racist. Unless that past story got it wrong. All right, give me 1 second. I will fucking... Oh my God. I can't look at fucking anything without a goddamn... Are you fucking NPR? Please fucking save me. Holy shit, man. All right, I'll hold on to that one, I guess. I think I have a Wall Street Journal subscription. We'll see. We'll see if it loads. was it? Oh my God. And God forbid you try and unsubscribe. There was a Miami news story I really needed for the oh my fucking Christ. Okay, Yahoo News. Please just fucking have me. Hold me. There we go. Jesus Christ. All right. We got it. We got it, chat. I'll be right back. I'm going to go do some nose spray. Okay, enough of this nonsense. Malarkey. Moth, thank you for $5. Part of the issue of the unvetted simps being loose on the system is their prime targets for foreign espionage. Yeah, Putin probably has our nuke codes. He probably has our fucking social security codes at this point. All right, so DOGE staffer resigns after secret racist X post revealed. All right, I'm going to let Lady out because she apparently wants to yell at me now. Yahoo News. Wait, who wrote? Oh, this is Daily Beast. Okay. One of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency goons resigned Thursday amid growing inquiries over his links to a social media account pushing racism and eugenic theories. Marco Alez. Quote, "You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. Normalize Indian hate." Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. Commenting on the Israel-Gaza war, post read, "I would not mind at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth." Alez and his colleagues reportedly left chaos and contempt in their wake as they systematically gained access to the federal government's most sensitive databases and departments. Allegations include screaming fits and physical altercations with security as the young staffers were met with resistance by some senior government workers. So that's great. Now, what happened there... Vice President J.D. Vance attempted to defend on Friday an employee of Elon Musk cost-cutting Doge who made racist posts on social media promoting eugenics. Here's my view. I obviously... Now, this is what... I want you to keep in mind shit like the fact that J.D. Vance has an Indian wife. Make whatever he said about, like, in normalizing Indian hate, saying he's been racist before it was cool. But the fact that he's also 25 years old is a grown-ass adult. So here's the dichotomy. Again, the fascist dichotomy is always or just fascism is always a dichotomy of how they represent themselves, because they are both at the same time overwhelmingly strong. We're super tough and super cool, but also, oh, everybody else is out to get us, and they want to take everything from us, and I'm just a little guy. But also, we're super badass and super based. But also, geez, I'm just little old me. You can't be mad at me. And you see that also happening here, where at the same time, if you go and look at people defending Elon Musk's Doge kids for going and just pillaging all of these government agencies, they'll say, "Oh, look at these kids. They're geniuses. Like, they're just so smart and cool." It's like, okay, well, you can't have it both ways. Is he a genius? Is he a wonderkind, or is he a fucking little idiot baby boy who don't know no better? Like, does he know the difference between right and wrong? Does he know racism's bad? Or is he, like, have the power of a supercomputer in his head? Like, what? Pick a fucking lane here. To which JD Vance says, here's my view. I obviously disagree with some of Elez's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. He's 25 years old. We shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people, ever. So I say bring him back. If he's a bad dude or a terrible member of the team, fire him for that. The thing here that's wild to me is that if he's a bad dude or terrible member of the team, both of those things go without saying for somebody who says normalize hating certain people, who thinks one race of people is just better than the other. When you are handling sensitive information that affects millions of Americans and you are clearly partial to white identity politics, yeah, you shouldn't be in power. Like, you are a bad fit for the job. And a bad, as JD Vance says, a bad dude. A bad dude. He will be brought back to err is human, to forgive divine. Fuck you. And a lot of people are saying, bro, your wife is Indian. So we talked about that guy. We talked about that guy. Oh, boy. All right, give me 1 second, and then we'll go into one of the last stories about this. From Politico. Hey, USAID funded. Hey, come on. Come on. All right. Surprised they aren't going after the USPS yet. Tari the Witch, thank you for $10. I'm not strong enough right now. I'm going to watch TMT. And remember to call and write your reps. Have a good night, Taro. So, judge orders sweeping restriction on DOGE access to sensitive Treasury payment systems. This was earlier today. Federal judge on Saturday issued a sweeping block order on most Trump administration officials from accessing sensitive Treasury records for at least a week while legal proceedings play out. warning that the efforts of Musk's DOGE allies to take control of Treasury sensitive payment systems, which have access to personal information of millions of Americans and government's financial transactions, were putting their residents at risk. He agreed with the state's assessment that the abrupt changes in policy had created a risk that sensitive data would be disclosed or that the system could be hacked. He also said the states were very likely to show that the new arrangement was legally improper. Yeah, no shit. Federal judge in Washington has already limited access to this platform to a pair of Musk allies who had been embedded within Treasury as, quote, special government employees, as well as other existing Treasury employees and officials with legitimate reasons to access it. But this order goes farther, barring even the two Musk associated officials, Tom Krause and Marco Alez, fuck you, and many other government employees from accessing the system until at least February 14th, when a different federal judge has called the hearing on the matter. The order is the latest in a series of emergency intervention by the courts to block the Trump administration's rapid-fire attempt, led by Musk's DOGE office in the White House, to remake the federal bureaucracy. Engelmeyer's order followed by just hours a block by a federal judge in Washington on a Musk-led drive to quickly dismantle USAID, the agency responsible for administering foreign aid programs. And other judges have intervened to limit Trump's early efforts related to birthright citizenship, a sweeping spending freeze, a government-wide resignation program, and the relocation of transgender prison inmates. Now, my real concern here, the real quandary I come into, is what is this actually going to accomplish? If you think about, and maybe it's just because of where I'm at right now, but if you think about bureaucracy, as annoying as it is, I fucking hate it. If you think about government, all these branches, all these elected officials, all of these different oversights and committees, as a massive organism, then it would stand to reason that there are also these checks and balances to act as antibodies, right? There are these things that will sniff out and correct anything that's wrong within the system. They will fight against it. And what we have, or what we seem to have right now in America, is a failing immune system. And I question what will happen to orders like this. What will become of, A, the people who stand by them and give them? Because, again, we know from Project 2025, they have goals to replace the judges they don't like with judges they will. The ultimate goal of what they're starting to work on here is to tear out anybody who doesn't explicitly agree with the Trump agenda and install somebody who does. And when I say Trump agenda, I should more accurately say the Project 2025 agenda. Because I do want to talk about that really quick. The Kennedy Center. So this is actually kind of entwined with, you'll notice, while Trump has been signing a lot of executive orders, technically, he's been doing a lot of, they're photo oppy, right? Like they're very much like the women in sports one. They're not really useful to him, right? Outside of the vague propaganda value they have, outside of his, stupid base going, oh yes, winning even more. But they don't feel genuine to him. And what I think he's getting out of this presidency so far is it's going to be shit like what he was talking about in Gaza. Like wanting to try and manage real estate there. Like that's what he fucking does. He's a queenie New York real estate bitch. Like that's always been what he wants to do. That's always been who he is. And so Musk being able to fulfill his end that he's always campaigning on of draining the swamp and cutting federal bureaucracy and doing all this shit that won't affect Trump or Musk either way. And if anything, is just going to continue to make them more money. Allows him, Trump, to free up his bandwidth for truly important shit like naming himself chairman of the Kennedy Center while firing all of the other board of trustees. Yeah, no, Banana Brain's in the chat saying this, which is very interesting, by the way. To be clear, as has been the case for the last couple of weeks, the Kennedy Center is unsure if Trump even has the legal authority to claim ownership of the center. So here's the real problem with what we're seeing here with Trump's authority, is that it is a whole lot of him saying, I'm doing this thing, and a lot of people going, okay, well, who's going to stop him? And then nobody stops him. Like, it has been a lot of acquiescing, and appeasing him. As opposed to just being like, no, fuck you, eat shit. Because a lot of people are tired of the pushback. I do want to see, because he talked about how there are drag shows at the Kennedy Center. Broadway drag brunch. Oh, I guess there were. Fuck you, Daily Wire. You eat shit. Trump dumps Kennedy Center board. Just, like, he would be dictating program. God, it's going to be the fucking dumbest programming, too. One of the nation's premier cultural institutions, specifically declaring that he would end events featuring performers in drag. First off, very funny to end any kind of theatrical venue saying you can't have performers in drag. So I guess that takes off any tours of any good Shakespeare. That takes off dictating programming. Like, I can't even, it's just going to be like Andrew Lloyd Webber and Jersey Boys. Bulldozed his way across official Washington during the first weeks of his second term, trying to shutter federal agencies' free spending. Quote, at my direction, we're going to make the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. great again. I have decided to immediately terminate multiple individuals, including the chairman, who did not share our vision for a golden age in arts and culture. Kennedy Center responded. Yeah, 12th night forever banned. What the what? Before I leave, bitch, I'm not even... Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck out of here. God damn it. Kennedy Center responds to Trump's announcement that he's taking over as chairman. We have received no official communications from the White House regarding changes to our boards of trustees. We are aware that some members have received termination notices from the administration. It really is. It's just a case of, like, he just says something, and the thing that is scary is that you have a lot of people who are already saying, hey, the government agencies, you don't need to go through and follow like all of this sweeping changes and shit being made to like remove any mentions of queer people or any mentions of gay people. But you know what? The people at the top of those agencies, if they aren't already in line with Trump, they're doing it anyway out of fear. They're going to keep doing it. He took issue with drag performances at the Kennedy Center. Shortly after, Trump posted a picture that appeared to be AI generated of himself as the orchestra conductor with the caption, "Welcome to the new Kennedy Center." And see, that's the kind of shit he actually wants. Like he wants to put on, he wants to go to the shows, he wants to go on Broadway. Now he has his own personal little Broadway. He wants his name up in lights and everybody clapping for him as he watches the little people dance on stage. And when he vacations in the fucking Middle East, he has his own little private Mar-a-Lago in Gaza. Like that's the dumbass, simple bullshit he wants. He has always been a Queenie, New York, real estate mogul dickhead. At his core. And some people in the chat saying, like, people in the chat saying, well, no, actually, Elena Connor, Chinese magic cards aren't as cool because they don't have skulls, which is true. Ask Trump to name 3 plays. Trump is oddly autistic about musicals. He always has been. This is true. Like people saying like, oh my gosh, Trump, there's no way he knows culture and plays like that. The dude fucking loves musicals and Broadway. He always has. It's one of the weirdest, dumbest fucking things in the world. Like I don't think he has any real love or attachment to like other public events like sports or anything. But he, like his love for that shit is real. There is a reason why Memory from Cats and something from Fan of the Opera were on his playlist when he was showing up for CPAC. Sticking Yug. I was told that musicals are gay and not manly. Yeah, Much to think about. No, it's one of the many things that just confirms my yeah, Caleb Harris, he's the straightest queen ever. Like he is just a fucking old queen. Like that's the craziest part about it. Like look at his like any of his cribs, how fucking gold and like it's so fucking funny that he's honestly been turned against queer people because he borrows so much from their aesthetics. Garrick the Taylor, thank you for subscribing. Dark Universe Liberace is unfortunately very dead on. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Board of Trustees is made up of 6 officers and 36 members appointed by the president for 6-year terms. Overseeing use of all appropriated funds. How likely is Trump to get a heart attack in the next couple of years? probably pretty, like, I don't know. It's one of those things where don't get your hopes up for it too much. Because here's the thing. Again, I don't think he understands like stress like most people do, right? A plate of vegetables, probably. What the fuck? Man. I think this is the one I wanted to. Now will we believe what's happening right in front of us? They told us they would smash the institutions that safeguard our democracy, and that's exactly what they're doing. Many Americans chose not to believe what they were saying. To be clear, they are not just Donald Trump and his billionaire co-pilot. Over the past half-century, an anti-democratic movement has coalesced in the U.S. It draws on super-wealthy funders, ideologues of the new right, purveyors of disinformation, and Christian nationalist activists. This hits the fucking nail on the head. A natural tendency in a functioning democracy is to look for ways to work across the aisle and agree to disagree, but a PMIS now would be a mistake. This anti-democratic movement has no interest in compromise. Any concessions will help consolidate the powers of a lawless presidency and entrench a new kleptocratic, authoritarian form of government in the United States. Damn, she's spitting. Holy hell. Disabled caps lock. Chicken nuggets should have a bone in them so you have something to hold on to. Are you high? That's a chicken wing. What are you talking about? That's a drumstick. This is an article, an opinion piece I wanted to talk about on New York Times. Now will we believe what is happening right in front of us? In documents such as Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, which sought to provide Trump with an aggressive right-wing agenda he could just pick up and run with, that they intend to demolish the system of justice as we know it and replace it with a form of policing in service of the ruling party and its chosen leaders. In the first 2.5 weeks, the Trump administration has delivered on that promise. The stream of transparently lawless executive orders to make it easier to fire federal officials, to freeze spending that the president cannot freeze, to take away a right to citizenship that is written into the Constitution, to name just 3, tells us in no uncertain terms that this administration has no intention of respecting the law or the Constitution. The decapitation of the FBI, the sidelining of individuals at the Department of Justice, and the de facto shuttering of foreign aid, USAID, all serve the same purpose. It means that Trump and his favorites of the moment will find it much easier to operate with the kind of immunity the Supreme Court has already granted the president. Tellingly, the most galling indicator came early, a blanket pardon for Jan 6 rioters. Democracy relies equally on a professional government staffed with individuals who are subject to ethics constraints and act on the basis of reason and evidence in accordance with the law, which is why leaders of the anti-democratic movement that declared war long ago on what they jeeringly call the administrative state. Project 2025 promised a brutal assault on what it maintains as a weaponized and woke civil service bent on persecuting conservatives and proposed purges. Yeah. Russell Vought, a leading figure behind 2025 and now Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget, promised to put government employees, quote, in trauma. The new right intellectuals behind the anti-democratic movement draw heavily on crackpot writers like Curtis Yarvin, who condemns the cathedral, his term for people and institutions that sustain a functioning modern state, and openly champions monarchical rule. Ooh, hot honey does sound good. Damn. Kind of want some. The probably illegal firing of inspectors general throughout the federal government, the tawdry buyout offer to federal employees, the commandeering of highly sensitive government by DOGE, ongoing dismantling, firing, deletions of data at multiple federal agencies. These are not ways of making the government accountable to the voters in the last election, as partisans falsely suggest they are about making sure that the people can never hold the president as Crodians to account. They also have nothing to do with efficiency. We're about to witness administrative dysfunction on a grand scale. Democracy also depends on the corporate sector and media sector that work independently. This is why the leaders of the anti-democratic movement essentially opened a storefront in advance of the inauguration and began inviting corporations and wealthy individuals to prove their loyalty to the ruling party with inaugural fund contributions. Then came the meme coins that allowed anyone to enrich the president and his wife. Oh. The leaders of Meta, Amazon, JP Morgan, Google, OpenAI, and a long list of other corporate titans seem to be making it clear that if protecting their profits means appeasing a corrupt autocratic regime, that is what they will do. We're going to see a lot of that this year. I was been kind of thinking about this. Oh yeah, that veto val. I've seen that, but I do want to. That's a good. Is that the one they're talking about it in the hiring process? Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Now will we believe what is happening right in front of us is the name of the article. We're going to see, let me see. Yeah, I guess I can try and, well, it will only let me share the article link on, let me see if it does. Okay, well, I guess it only let me share it on Twitch. Sorry, y'all. Oh, wait, no, it sent it on YouTube as well. Cool. So yeah, y'all can go read that whole thing if you want. It's a pretty good one. No, I was thinking about like what Pride is going to look like this year. And like we already saw Target starting to roll shit back. Or going to roll. They've already started rolling back their stuff. And I think people are going to probably miss. They're not going to think how much they did, but people are going to probably miss the empty corporate performative brand of Pride. Because here's the thing, even if that shit does, like, because it won't be here anymore. Even if that shit is empty, you know, rainbow capitalism is just that. But it signals something in a wider cultural context, and I think that's what a lot of people take solace in. Are we going to have pride at all? I think it'd be like the 1960s race riots in the streets. No, it won't be like that. Of course, pride has been so much more like, here's the other problem with, and maybe it'll be gradual, but the key is to not lay down and take this shit. The key is to show up. Like, there's going to be a pride in your area. There's going to be pride. It's your job to show up, to be helpful, to help people who need it, and make sure that people don't forget that, yeah, there are tons of queer people here. Yeah, exactly. It still felt good to be seen by rainbow capitalism. Like, it is this hollow sentiment, but it is this idea that, like, hey, queer people are real and they exist and they're valid. Even if you showing me that is like, you know, it's targeted advertising. It is a small comfort in a tumultuous world. Yeah, it was a bare minimum. I'm dreading a possible return to gay people just not existing in cartoon or media. We're gonna, we're probably gonna see that again. It's gonna be a lot of stuff. Are we tracking that the Department of Health and Human Services is resuming? Yeah, I've seen them talk about reviewing the WPATH standards. And I think this is like, the thing that people aren't taking into account with all this stuff is that you have the power on a personal level to change a lot of that. Like, you can make your own queer art. You can make your own queer music, queer video games. And arguably, I think you should be focusing on making things even more queer. If that is your wheelhouse, if that is the thing you are doing. Hello, Nini Nerd. Thank you, Coda Anthony. I just came out on my socials to my friends. I'm scared. I hope you have good friends. You shouldn't be if you have good friends. Queer sex positive media, yes please. There's another like the sex positivity is another thing that is going hand in hand with the larger conservative movement right now, and that is this idea of like regressive sexism, and it's like, dog, nah, we can. William Elliott, I believe we all have to buckle down and go full unapologetic. Yeah, that's where I am. That's where I am. I am now faced with this as I'm writing and trying to finish writing the kind of horror sci-fi movie that I want to hopefully get funded. The way I'm looking at it, probably gonna have to fund it myself, but whatever. We ball. I have to consider just how much of it is going to, like, how explicit do I want to get with it, and how do I kick that up to purposely offend people, to purposely offend the stuck up fucking squares. Yeah, I don't know. It is just something I've been thinking along this tangent, because like companies, like we've been able to observe this with Disney for how long now? Years. Hey, go back to sleep, ding dong. We don't need to go back to the time when saying girl power was the height of feminist commentary in mainstream media. Ugh. I always have felt the rise of the manosphere. Wait. Rise of the manosphere happened as a reaction to increased racial equality in the 2010s. I still need to watch Abby's movie. I haven't gotten to see it yet. Dog. Loving, indulging dog. She's sleeping right next to me, and I don't know, she heard something out in the hallway that got her. People, if, this is my fight song, Take Back My Life song. God, what a vapid, terrible time and culture. Okay, like when you really go back and look at a lot of these things where people are like, oh, this was so much feminist bullshit, so much, this, that, and the other. There's more of a lack of sincerity, and I think people are reacting to that over anything the artwork is actually saying. Is just a lack of like anything substantial or anything resembling heart or soul in their artwork for people to respect. Kira Jen Mystic, are you talking about Disney rolling back their DEI that just happened? This is not surprising. Like I think Disney is a great example. No, I was saying that Disney is an example of what we're going to see here. Because of how we've seen it for years and how they change, like they cut out the gay shit for release in Saudi Arabia. So the girl boss era and its consequences. Yeah. The idea, however, I do find low-key. I find Trump's insistence on moving into a golden age of art and culture to be like incredibly worrying. I think that is like, again, for somebody who very clearly thinks himself like a person with high taste and highly values the arts and culture and all that shit, that could be very scary to think about when he already has like envoys to Hollywood. Unfortunately, I have a bad I try and grow my nails out. I'm trying to grow them out again right now. I have a really bad habit of biting my nails when I'm stressed. And because of this job, I get stressed very often. Yeah. And it's been a problem since I was a kid, but I've gotten a lot better at it over time. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is that like when we start getting like billion-dollar grossing like Christian dog shit movies, oof, wug, woof, oof. But like how long until, yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to think about that. Go talk about this, and then we got to switch topics a little bit. U.S. intelligence law enforcement candidates face Trump loyalty test. Candidates for top intelligence, and this came out a couple days ago, were asked to give yes or no responses to questions such as, was January 6th an inside job? Candidates for top national security positions in the administration have faced questions that appear to be designed to determine whether they have embraced the president's false claims about the outcome of the 2020 election and its aftermath, according to people familiar with cases of such screening. The questions asked of several current and former officials up for intelligence and law enforcement posts revolved around two events that have become Donald Trump's litmus test. Asked to give yes or no responses to, was January 6th an inside job, and was the 2020 presidential elect stolen? The individuals who did not give the desired straight yes answers were not selected. Political fealty has been a prerequisite for positions at all levels of the new administration, including for current civil servants seeking new assignments. But former national security and other officials said it is especially important for the nation's security that intelligence professionals be able to give the president accurate information, even if it does not align with his policy or political preferences. Somebody was talking about earlier the idea of being like how do we I forget what I mean. Sorry, I'm scrolling for a story. There we go. How do we even deal with all of this stuff without feeling overwhelmed, or is it going to be normal to be this overwhelmed? And I think for a lot of people, the shock of Trump being back and just the literal shock and awe of everything they're doing has maybe waned a little bit, where now we exist in this constant limbo of depression. I feel like there's this sort of Damocles just hanging. And the problem with that is I think that allows us to get complacent. You know, I think that allows us to start seeing these things as normal and start accepting these developments as normal. Because, oh, something happened today, something's going to happen tomorrow, something's going to happen the day after. Clown X Royal struggling to cope with this. I want to build community, but I barely feel safe getting gas. Well, that's why you build community. That's why you find people online, or you find people in your area. There has to be someone planning something in the military, right? I mean, fucking see. I doubt it. My shock has turned into a mix of depression and anger. Good. Like not good for depression, but good for anger. Like let your feelings. I've had this. I basically started cutting my mom off from all contact with me because she has this very woo-woo, everybody's journey is their own. You can't blame me for supporting these policies. And like, if somebody wants to hate somebody else, that's their opinion, and I can't be blamed for the way I voted. And like this woo-woo, everybody's an island, I don't feel anything, individualist bullshit is a fucking cancer. And I've told her so. And so we're not really talking right now, but the thing that I think really differentiates her approach and my approach to politics right now is that I'm allowing myself to feel these emotions. I'm allowing myself to be angry for people who are going to be affected, even if it doesn't necessarily affect me. I am allowing my rage, my anger, my passion, my drive to be affected by these motherfuckers so that I can do whatever I can to help others. And that's like, there is a, if Kamala won, I wouldn't have gotten sick last week. Like that's probably true. My immune system has been flagging on and off for the last 4 or 5 months, where I will get just incredibly sick. And it is, if I have to keep getting sick, yeah, I'm gonna keep getting angry too. Every day since Trump took power is like Christmas. My mom doesn't want to talk politics with me for this fucking reason, because she is not, she's not up, like, oh, it pisses me off so much. Thank you, disabled caps lock. Yeah, no, well, they don't want me to talk about politics at the table for sure. Like they very much, anytime there's a family gathering and I'm there, the one leftist, I have the sorry. I have an aunt who is like the Dem of the family, because guess what? She worked in healthcare, so she saw the inside of how fucking terrible it is. And that completely radicalized her to be the liberal of the family. Everybody else always been super, super conservative. And so, like, they don't really know what my politics are, I don't think. Like, I'm pretty sure they just think I'm, like, a lib. Which is always funny for me. I love that. B. Parker, seeing family get excited about diversity policies being trashed really hasn't helped my depression, which has come back strong since November. It's just buying into propaganda. There's a fucking... I was going to do a post about it because I was watching the episode again, but there was an episode of Quantum Leap, which I thought was a fun show, from 2022, 2023. It was an entire episode of a NBC network show that was on TV that one of the main characters, well, it's a weekly show, but the central plot was about a trans girl playing high school basketball. And it was, it was a little preachy. It was a little after school special, but nobody really gave a fuck. Nobody blinked an eye. It was mostly just a good, heartfelt episode that talked about, like, what trans kids deserve and how they deserve, like, recognition and understanding. And I was just like 2 or 3 years ago. Like, you can't fucking convince me that the hate towards diversity isn't the most manufactured shit in the world. It is. The pup, thank you for $8. What even is the end game here? Don't these MAGA types realize this is not going to last forever, especially if more people start turning against them? I mean, that is their goal. They think it is going to last forever. That's why you see so many people trying to say, like, oh, Trump, no, definitely more terms for Trump, and definitely more this, that, and the other. Like, entertainment can be didactic and support tolerance and understanding. Yeah, it always has. I worry even expressing emotions with how much this movement is based on laughing at people feeling down. Yeah. No, I understand that. It's fucking rough. Watching people talk about, like, without this USAID funding or without this measure, like, this many victims of HIV in Africa won't receive treatment, and all the people in the comments just being like, lol, okay. It's not our responsibility to do anything. Just like, motherfuckers, if they saw somebody bleeding out, wouldn't even kick them a fucking Band-Aid if it was 2 feet away. Just like, not my problem. It's like, this apathy for doing anything, for feeling any kind of responsibility for your fellow fucking person. It's just sickening. God damn. Anyway, do we want to see something else that's sickening? Oh boy. Oh yay. See, I just put Blair White on the screen and I just wait for everybody's reactions to come in. Yeah, big Blair White jump scare. Big Blair White jump scare. So Blair White has a video that she put out that the reason I wanted to watch it, and I haven't spoiled it for myself yet because A, I'm not going to watch a Blair White video twice. Are you out of your fucking mind? But B, I wanted y'all to get my reactions to it hot and fresh, like some nice little Caesars. Because this one was personally praised by friend of the show, soon to not be, Brianna Wu. Now, for those who don't know, I've been working on a deep dive into the history of Brianna Wu, the lying grifter that she is. And she has most recently aligned herself quite a few times with Blair White as being one of the good transsexuals. Their word. And we're going to see what Blair White's subtle, insightful analysis into the trans community brings us as far as why so many trans people are now being discriminated against openly, targeted for various things by the Trump administration. Now, it can't at all be because they've been made into a hateful wedge issue by dipshits like Chaya Reichik and libs of TikTok, her stupid account, and Matt Walsh, supported by people like Elon Musk. No. It can't be that. It can't be all of these people who have targeted this outgroup and spread propaganda about them having hundreds of millions of dollars behind that propaganda. No. I'm willing to bet in Blair White's case, she thinks it's actually, in fact, going to be the trans community's fault. Yes, you see, it's probably some good old-fashioned victim blaming. If anything I know about Blair and or Brianna Wu have anything to say about it. Natalie Marie, Dead to Man, I looked up the NBC show you mentioned. It was from Quantum Leap episode called Let Them Play on NBC in February 2023. I'm going to give it a watch. Go for it. I want to see Brianna Wu and Maya Poet confront each other over what? They agree on everything. They're both Zionist psychos. They both have no conception of like the greater world around them. They both blame everybody else for any problem they might have. All right. Chat replay is disabled for this premiere. Wow. All right.
Is this the part where I say, I told you so? It started with...
Is this the part where I say use less bronzer, honey? Holy shit. What the hell? It started with... Okay. So they're doing the thing that I've talked about libs of TikTok already. We're literally 2 seconds in. They're doing the thing where they take one example of one person doing something, and especially on TikTok, a free-form platform where anybody can upload, and they're saying... Excuse me. And they're saying, look at how this represents the entire trans community. When in fact, it does not as we will see. But she's saying first it started with this. This is when they really jumped the shark, and we said no. You non-binaries wouldn't listen to us. Like they don't care. Do you know how many times? Okay. By the way, do you know how many times I've been like jokingly misgendered by fucking like dorks and chuds and fascists? They'll use like zero pronouns on me like derisively. I don't really care, but it is telling because they don't actually care either. Like I could use she her pronouns. I could probably just use he him pronouns. I use they them. But if I used either of those, they would still look at me in makeup and use ZZ or whatever the fuck. So who like the people who hate you because you are different. They do not care about the type of different you are. Blair. That's just a fact. Because you've acquiesced to a couple of them, that doesn't stop a majority of them from thinking you're some brand of slur that needs to be ground up into mulch, and that you're a dangerous predator or a groomer, or whatever dumb bullshit propaganda people like you have encouraged them into believing. Somebody's saying, Nat Corson loved the scarf. It's a kafaya. It is my kafaya. One of my kafayas. But thank you. I'm still trying to stay a little bit warm in here.
Weird pronouns being born in gender studies classes that no one took seriously until laws popped up compelling people's speech. Suddenly we had bathroom.
Oh my God. She can't even fucking... Laws popped up compelling people's speech. That's not what happened with Jordan Peterson, by the way. It wasn't compelled speech. Fucking whatever.
Bills as if society or even transsexuals ever had issues navigating basic human functions. What was once one or...
Bitch, how the fuck do you have 1.5 million subscribers and you still have this shitty audio editing?
Two underage transition stories in tiny liberal European countries became friend groups of teenage girls in every American city transitioning together. And then everyone had to look at...
Jesus Christ on a fucking cracker. That's... Do you think maybe sex changes aren't the same as kids playing with their gender identity and expressing themselves and trying to learn and figure out who they are? Do you think maybe those two things are different, Blair? Do you ever think about that? No, you don't. Fuck, man. Blair White is a doll that had a segment literally called Trans Predator. Why does she need to focus on trans people like that one person that forced the employees allegedly... Wait, no. Allegedly to give her Brazilian wax. I don't know. She's talking about, I guess, the first, like, the youngest sex change surgery. It's probably in a European country, I'm guessing.
Men beating women's asses in sports, children undergoing chemical
fucking leave
castration.
Elena. For those who didn't know, that was the trans girl with the pink hair is friend of the show, Elena McLaughlin, friend of mine, and who has been on... She's been on 3 of our charity streams where we raise money for people in need. Fucking leave Elena's name out of your mouth, bitch.
Then everyone had to look at men beating women's asses in sports, children undergoing chemical castration and sex change surgeries, men in women's prisons.
Again, you notice how they pick all the worst like examples of stuff? That picture, by the way, I believe was of a adult. Not that she's going to cite any of this shit. Is there a? Let me see if there's a citation. Oh, fuck you using my guy. Editing by Joe Reaper. Eat fuck. My boy Carl Casey. How could you? Taking my fucking steez, bitch.
Nudity at the White House, senators who can't define what a woman is. Who would have ever thought that all that wouldn't work out?
God,
Is this
so
the part
enlightened.
where I say, I told you so?
You just played that. Fuck you.
Because I'm feeling like it's the part where I say, I told you so. And I am not going to hold your hand when I say this, because protecting people's feelings is actually how.
Oh my God. Protecting people's feelings is actually how we got here. Facts don't care about your feelings, Blair. Your makeup is trash, girl. Like, you need to fucking protect the feelings of your fucking makeup artist, because I will tear the fuck into them.
We got here. And by here, I mean specifically, I think it's safe to say that we are officially at the point where the trans acceptance tipping point has in fact been tipped. I think it's pretty apparent to anybody who knows how to check the cultural temperature in any meaningful way, which is actually not a very sharp ability of the trans community. I think it's pretty apparent that society has reached the point where it's just kind of a wrap for the trans lunacy that is.
The trans lunacy. Why don't you show, is she going to show any modern pictures of what she looks like? I'm blanking on her name right now. Dylan. Is she going to show any modern Dylan Mulvaney
Trump
stuff?
has truly, in the first 2 weeks,
She might have gotten jaw
cultural
surgery.
temperatures, energy, and taken aim at the.
It is so annoying to watch somebody just like whatever.
Trans excesses, the excesses that have come out of trans ideology and the movement over the past decade or so, and rightfully so.
It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
But even more relevant than the legal backlash is definitely.
Yeah, Blair White is trans. For those who don't know, Blair White is trans. And she did she get Botox again? Not surprising at all, honestly. No, she, much like Brianna Wu, she considers herself a normal trans person. In this context, meaning somebody who just basically wants to 100% buy into an abstract concept of femininity, not question anything about gender or gender standards and how it affects her, and put anybody who doesn't agree with her definition of transsexual, which is usually based around AGP debunked old-ass Blanchardian bullshit, throw them into the fucking gulag. I don't get the whole trans ideology thing. Do you mean just like depicting trans people as an ideology? Because that's the easiest way they've been able to like galvanize support against trans people, by literally saying like, oh, it's an ideology. Because if something goes from being just like, oh, this is a person, to, oh, it's an ideology, well, you're an asshole if you don't support a person, but you're sticking to your beliefs. You're just doing what you believe in if it's an ideology. It's just a way of repackaging it. Yeah, well, no, because it wasn't actually a Bud Light commercial. Here you go. It was a post that wasn't ever actually, I don't think, made public, because Bud Light sent Dylan a commemorative little thing with her face on it, which they had done for other celebrities, and people got pissed about it.
Definitely the cultural backlash that's occurring right now that I have been screaming about from the rooftops and warning about for the past decade, that if the trans community and the LGBT community in general didn't shape up and act right, was going to happen. And now the day has come. And now some of y'all want to be mad at me, as if I was.
As if I wasn't saying the whole time, fuck everybody else who's different than me. You're not all real transes. Like,
wasn't trying to avoid that the entire time. Because see, I'm actually at the place where a lot of people in society are, which is the understanding that backlash against the community right now, of course, never anything.
So what she's gonna say, I'm anticipating here, just because I've already heard this shit before. So much of it comes from this place. This, hey, lady, no. I see you. Stop it. No. So much of it comes from this idea. Exactly, it is Dominic Meslick. It is very dehumanizing. No, it's this idea of like, well, y'all shouldn't. And again, this is a byproduct of trying to push everything as a identity or as an ideology, because you're able to attribute anything you don't like to just any trans person. You're able to say, if a trans person is like, hey, why the fuck are you taking away my right to self-identify? They say, well, you shouldn't have come after the kids. It's like nobody came after any kids. Like there was literally none of this shit that she's probably about to say about like, oh, trying to turn kids trans and do all this and abduct them from their parents. If you look into any of it for even half a fucking second, you will 99.99999 times out of 100 find that it's just a straight up lie. And that extra time, there's only slight bits of truth to the story they're telling, but they're completely misconstruing it. But again, because of shit like the proliferation of attitudes of people like Chaya Reichik and Matt Walsh on Elon Musk's fucking Twitter, here we are, where disinformation has now been focused so heavily on one specific group as a political wedge issue that, yeah, no shit, people have bought into the propaganda. Of course, Blair's bought into the propaganda too. Good night, Sophie.
Violent or unconstitutional, but the cultural attitudes toward the community right now is 100% deserved. It's been a long road to get here. Who would have ever thought that all that wouldn't work out? I guess me, right? I've been saying this for over a decade, but this video isn't about me. This video is for anybody who's still confused about how we got here. This is how the trans community sabotaged their own movement. So Joe Rogan is known for his MMA.
Joe Rogan, Jesus fucking Christ. It's very funny that she's trying to talk about the trans community. You've never been in, Blair. What fucking community are you talking about? Like, trans community? You? What would you know about it? Jax. I'm a teenager and I questioned if I was non-binary. I wasn't fast-tracked like these sellouts want to say. I went slow so that I can explore my gender expression like I've always wanted. And good for you. And I am glad that you've had that freedom, and I am dreading that so many other people won't. Because you know what? That could have saved me a lot of fucking heartache in life. That could have saved me a lot of fucking time. Not being happy the way I wanted.
MMA fighting, being in good shape, and just overall being in amazing health at the age of 56, 57. And one of the supplements that he's talked about.
Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking, are you fucking?
Stuff. For us to be.
That sometimes has the choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this. You can look at me.
It's just interesting that I thought this was a trans debate. That's what
I thought this was a trans debate, the non-binary takeover. Oh, this is why Brianna No, see, Brianna has been really, really lunging at non-binaries lately. And it could be because for like the last 3 weeks, I've been taking out a lot of my rage in her comment section and disproving her on Blue Sky to the point where she had to block me. And so I think there's one specific NB that's probably topping her list right now. I hope you watch this, Brianna. Because also, yeah, once the Brianna Wu deep dive comes out, I am hoping she will literally never get a fucking spot on any talk show, any political anything ever again, because people will know what a goddamn lying hack grifter piece of shit she is. But Blair selling supplements is absolutely not surprising to me.
The rise of hate and violence facing the 2S LGBTQI+ communities.
I don't identify as a man or a woman.
Oh, fucking, I know this track too. Oh, you cunt. Real fucking CNX Tuesday.
Woman, I'm neither, I am both.
Shell Bell, any word on when we can expect the deep dive? I have a video hopefully coming out Monday, and then after that, no. But it is the next big video I'm working on, and I have a number of people actually helping me with research, and I'm already several thousand words into the script. I am fucking going all in on it. Oh, sorry, my cat is yelling at me. She needs some food.
And beyond.
Gender is a universe. It is a broad spectrum.
Now, you notice how, again, they're playing the like greatest hits of fucking libs of TikTok instead of showing like actual non-binary celebrities, like famous non-binary people explaining it in a way that doesn't sound a little bit so woo-woo. Like just explaining the actual sociological concepts of gender. I bet she also isn't going to play any of the stuff about like people of different genders from various backgrounds throughout history and how gender is always differed across different cultural backgrounds. None of the stuff that would actually make her argument show it for as flimsy as it is.
Of planets and stars.
Like, you're not trans. Like, there's a medical definition of being a transsexual.
There's a medical... See, that's what it fucking comes down to for these goddamn weirdos like her and Brianna. It's like, there's a medical definition of being a transsexual. Blair. You don't understand it because you aren't it. You ever... Like... Here's the thing that pisses me off about people like Blair not understanding non-binary identities. It's because guess what? Blair, you know how cis people don't understand you? You know how people who go through their entire life being like, yeah, I'm a woman. I was born a woman. It's fine. I'm a man. I was born a man. It's fine. How they look at you and they're like, yeah, I don't get it. I've never felt that. Did that ever make you stop and think like, hey, maybe there are people out there whose experiences I don't understand, but they still deserve respect, and whatever medical treatment will help them on their way, just like I got. No, you didn't, you stupid fucking dumbass. Woosah. Transsexual is an outdated term, but it's the one that, again, the transgender is the like modern version of the term. But transsexual is the one that people like her and Brianna Wu use because it removes the idea of gender from the equation. Saying transgender allows for a conversation of actual gender and gender roles in society and how it's changed over time. Transsexual, they get to basically put everything down to their body's sex and how that's represented.
First, it's extremely important to understand that it wasn't always this way. The trans community was radically different even just a decade ago when I started my transition in 2015. Now, to set the stage, 2015, gay marriage had just been legalized. There was a complete societal consensus of, at worst, indifference and at best, complete support of gay people and gay marriage.
At worst, there was a complete societal consensus, at worst, indifference to gay people in 2015. I'm like actually staggered by the fucking gall to say that. As if there was nobody saying that gay people were all pedophiles. As if there were no church groups and evangelical groups being funded to fight against the gay marriage laws. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Just nobody cared. Wow. God, what a lying... See you next Tuesday.
You couldn't find two people to sit in a room and even debate this topic anymore. No one cared. And most people were overjoyed that it even happened. And trans people, being the T in LGBT, enjoyed pretty much all of the blanket support that the rest of the community was getting.
You heard it. Donald Trump has just revealed to Showbiz Tonight, and he now is letting transgender...
This is a very dumb thing to use in, like, favor of her argument. Because it's not Trump's, like... I've talked about this before. He doesn't actually give a shit. Of course, he's known so many gays and queers and trans people being a, like, New Yorker socialite. Fucking of course he has. It is a politically expedient wedge issue for him now. And like any other wedge issue, he does not give a fuck about who he's going to throw under the bus if it gets his, what he thinks his approval rating will be higher.
Beauty queen Jenna Talikova compete in his Miss Universe pageant.
Yeah, also people, Gray Young, that's a great point. There was a trans military ban from Trump in 2018.
Can transgender women compete in Miss Universe?
Yes, it was obvious to us that she was entitled to compete.
I feel great about it. And at this time,
God damn, he looks so different even just a decade ago. That's fucking crazy.
Chose super naively to go to a trans support group because I felt like, you know, if I'm starting this is a new thing for me. I want to maybe seek advice or like camaraderie with people going through the same thing. And what I found was myself at a round table in a transgender support group with about 15 to 20 other people, all of them identifying as some form of non-binary, gender fluid, or some other. All of them had they, them pronouns. They were using all this language that did not.
Remember what I said like 5 minutes ago about Blair not having any kind of community? About her not knowing any other trans people, really? And she's just like, oh my gosh, she's just admitting it. Like she was faced with, apparently by this story, she was faced with the opportunity to try and learn and have empathy for other people and still went, nah, fuck these people. Like, come on, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. What should I get for food, y'all? I think burger. Oh, excuse me. Do I get burger or Taco Bell? Ooh, flan sounds all right. Burger King. Culver's. I would fuck up some Culver's for real, though. I miss my girlfriend so bad. My girlfriend in Texas. And I hope I get to go visit her again, because I would really like to have the Whataburger. The Whataburger is real good. And I like Whataburger with my girlfriend. I think I'll fuck up some Wendy's. Let's go Wendy's. Yeah, buy one, get one double stack. Why not? Let's go. Right. Ooh, Cinnabon pull apart. 6-piece spicy nugs. Yo, I got, because when I was sick, I've been eating in a lot. But I got some Domino's, ordered. I just saw Shell Bell. Thank you for giving $20. Goodness gracious. Food money. Thanks for everything, DD. You're a real one. Thank you, Shell Bell. I appreciate it. I got Domino's. Domino's has these nugget things that were, and I don't know if I just got a good batch. They were fucking, so they're like topped nugget. All right, so essentially I looked at them earlier and I was like, these are just like, if nuggets were nachos. Like if you treated a chicken nugget as if it was a nacho chip and then proceeded to make the nachos on the nuggets. Whoa, Exendu! Thank you for $50. I don't care what you eat, but get some cough medicine, please. Thank you, I will. It should honestly be like better by tomorrow. Like, here's the thing, I don't feel that bad. Like I don't. I feel 10,000% better than what I've fucking been dealing with for emotionally unavailable cordon bleu. Than what I've been dealing with for like days now. It kind of like, honestly, it kind of fucks. I'm not gonna lie. And it was, yeah. So I was like, I wasn't joking when I said I was debilitated. Like, I haven't been this fucking sick. I don't remember the last time I was this sick. Like, I was talking to people and I was like, it's fucking, if it was COVID, like my COVID stint didn't last this long. But yeah. Have I seen the new Spider-Man cartoon? No. I mean, like, I know of it, but I have yet to finish so many other things. I still need to go finish X-Men 97, which I really liked. Thank you, $2 from Blue X. Enjoy dinner and thank you for stream. Oh. Began getting lunch at 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven. They got some stuff. Don't lie. No. My girlfriend just texted me that she's been watching since the beginning. This silly. Okay, I'm gonna get some food. Oatmeal bar. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck up a chocolate chunk cookie. That'd be a good cookie. You know what I'm gonna start getting? Shit, that sounds good as hell though. I'll start throwing that. I want to start making stuffed potatoes. I used to love a good stuffed potato. wholesome 100%. Jax, these people want me to look back on my days identifying as MB with shame, but honestly, it helped me become a lot happier and comfortable with my femme gender expression. I'm a cis guy, by the way. I'm happy. Like, I love that. I fucking love that for you. There's so many, like, there's so many people who don't understand that, like, gender and representation can just be a step of a journey for somebody. And I wish more detransitioners did that, because I think so many people, and I think one thing we do need to understand, or maybe talk about more, is how I think a lot of young people are more drawn into making big decisions quickly. And that goes, that is just a general fucking statement that I think is true. Right? Like, there are so many things I am so glad I didn't get done when I was younger. Tattoos being chief among them. Ooh, yeah. Hell yeah. Dimitri Morgan, thank you for $20. I have a bad cold or something too. I recommend fried chicken and soup. I had some earlier. So when I was sick, I got some nice fresh food delivered, and some ice cream. And oh, 2 days ago, that fucking ice cream hit. It's dairy free though, because I'm old and my body can't handle dairy ice cream. Yeah, it's like there is something to be said for young people being dumb, and like maybe they should be counseled a little bit more. Maybe there should be more safeguards, but that doesn't mean young people shouldn't be able to transition or fucking like trust their own intuition sometimes. Now, I don't think every 18-year-old needs to get a mastectomy. I think like there are big fucking choices to be made here. But I also think that should come down to a person and their doctor. Do you hear that R34 tried to ban trans women and trans man art and tags? What? That's the fucking craziest thing I've heard all day. I'm fucking aghast. They converted all trans women tags to Fudanari? Aren't they? They're like thousands of pieces to tag. I mean, like, they could probably just replace the tag. Not to out myself, but I've noticed a ton of tags disappearing. Okay, could it just be that they're trying to save on tags then? The tags have to be all transphobic slurs now? Ugh. Oh, so is it like she-male and C-boy and... Oh, that's so gross. YouTube vid headline. The discussions on their forums. I don't fucking go. Like you are talking about a in-depth discussion of Rule34.com that I have not gone as deep as a forum. If I'm saying so. Dahorumba, thank you for raiding with the party of 3. We're talking about nothing is sacred in these times. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, digital mortality porn ads still use the T slur. So porn ads have been getting fucking bold. Sometimes I go like a while without watching any kind of porn. So like, it's not like, you know, it's not like 6, 8, 10 months or anything like that. But there are like definite trends and shit. And sometimes I'll hear an advertisement and I'll forget like, oh, right, fucking AI is goddamn everywhere. And of course these scumbags are going to use it. Excuse me. Sorry. And so like the idea of there being porn ads with like AI generation and then AI voicing makes total sense. But the boldness with which I've heard the T slur from like AI generated porn ads is fucking crazy. They is ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Fighting Hobbit. Tennessee just passed the porn law thing. They're trying to, somebody in, I think it's Ohio, is trying to criminalize it. Mr. Affable himself, damn, you admitted to watching porn, so used to it being something people being embarrassed to admit. I don't care. Like, who cares? I don't think, like, everybody, if everybody's embarrassed to admit it, but, like, looking at the fucking, like, all of the numbers that they draw in, come on. Like, are we all gonna fucking lie about it? No. I also based a decent amount of my stand-up jokes around pornography, so having like that is, porn is a great place to base comedy on, because there's already that shame involved. Of knowing and identifying with what the comedian's talking about, because they'll fucking get it. They'll know it. Yeah. And if you don't watch porn, that's totally fine. Like, I don't feel either way about, am I still doing stand up? No, I just haven't had time. I've thought about going back to it, but, no, I actually found my creme brulee recipe from the Pornhub comments of Hitomi Tanaka vid. Not even kidding. I might have to see that video that possibly came from, because I'm so curious how that even, but no, porn, like I've talked about, I've told my stand-up jokes on here about the porn comment section. I don't need to repeat them. All right, let's go.
Match any of the language my doctor was using, did not match any of the language my research was showing.
Today's pronoun of the day is stars.
My research was doing. Yes, I ordered food. Food is on its way. On its way.
Stars.
Him, her, them.
I am gender.
I love them. That's the crazy one you want to talk about, is just some fucking teenager making a TikTok about using them pronouns in a cute way. Like, what? Who gives a fuck? God.
Queer, trans, mask, and queer.
Let's talk about my pronouns. So I use...
Let's not. Moving on. I realized something different was happening. There was a politicization.
Oh, there was a politicization. I see. So it wasn't, Blair, it wasn't you, just like you just showed, using other people's identities and how they want to be respected and seen and referred to and represent themselves. It wasn't you stepping on that to try and make yourself feel better. That wasn't the politicization. They were doing it themselves somehow. I'm sure is what you're about to say.
And a takeover happening of what used to be treated as a medical condition. And that's what a lot of people just don't understand to this day in 2025. A lot of people have the misconception that trans people really started existing and were born out of postmodern liberalism, when in reality, it's just another time.
I would do so many things to hear Blair White on the spot answer, what does postmodern mean? Like, what does she think postmodern means? Without reflexively jumping to like a Jordan Peterson video. What does she think postmodern means? I want to hear it from her words.
Tiny group of people, a minority, that was swooped up by liberals and the woke mind virus, politicized to hell, and destroyed. Comparing Google search trends for the word transsexual or even transgender to words like non-binary, misgendering, gender fluid, etc. is the best way to see this exact moment when the takeover happened. You can literally see how these concepts were never
May 2016. So one word became more popular than another.
searched of or talked about prior to 2015.
So I identify as non-binary and trans. I don't identify as a man or a woman. I'm not.
This person has my whole deal going on. Like I'm on board with them, whatever they got going on.
Either I'm both. I'm beyond.
See, I wouldn't have described it that way. While I get what they're saying there, I am beyond is, again, it's this kind of like, look, I don't disagree with what a lot of these folks are saying. They need to find better ways to package it and phrase it. Like, you are selling these ideas. I wrote a joke one time and I didn't quite finish it, but basically, like, to get anybody in America on board with something that you're doing, you need to sell it like a cheeseburger or a pickup truck. And that's like I don't remember what the punchline to that was, but the basic idea is that you need to be working on how you are presenting something to the dads of America. To the median, not the median voter, the median brain, the median consumer. Yeah, because like when you get too unfortunate, and this is unfortunate, but when you get too like metaphorical with it, like you're gonna lose 90% of people. But if you sit down and if you were to sit down and tell a regular old hardworking dad is like, well, I don't get this gender business. I don't understand. How can you not be a boy and not be a girl? And you tell him, okay, do you want, like, would you rather have every meal be steak or every meal be salad? Okay, well, why don't you have both at the same time? Like, that's kind of my life, you know, like, and that's a dumb analogy for it, but you get the point I'm making. And you can't sit down and convince somebody. You have to use their own words. You have to use their own framework. You can't just be like, well, actually, I'm beyond. Which, like, I get what you're saying. They will not, is the important thing. Yeah. Well, that boy ain't right, is exactly what they'll fucking say. All right, yeah, and somebody asked me, I did order food.
Reject how non-binary people specifically have injected themselves into the trans label.
Injected themselves into the trans label. You stupid bitch. I am transgender, Blair. I have breast tissue. My physiognomy has changed because of hormone replacement therapy. Here's the other thing that bothers me, is that because of the proliferation of this bullshit propaganda from people like libs of TikTok, is that people like Blair and these people who want to hold this like, oh, we're the good transsexuals line, they get all of their conception because, again, they don't hold any actual community. If they did, they would know non-binary people a little bit more. And they don't really understand NBs do get medical care and do socially transition. And we just represent differently. That's kind of the fucking point. Like, not to be different, but that we are not just, as Blair would say, regular transsexuals. Like, there are certain things we want, there are certain things we don't want. And treating those things helps with gender dysphoria, just like it does with you, Blair. But instead, she would rather say, well, there's no medical diagnosis for this. Yes, there is. I still have medically diagnosed gender dysphoria. I still get my medications prescribed to me by a doctor, Blair.
I am a transsexual. There's a medical basis for that. There's a scientific basis for that. And for non-binary, it's really not the case. I think that...
Again, so she just thinks that any non-binary kid is just what she buys into this, the fucking log line of just like, oh, like any girl in high school wants to call herself non-binary. Also, yeah, like, damn, showing how her face has changed in so many years is fucking bold. Yeah, and so she thinks people are faking it for attention. Ooh, meatloaf kind of fucks. I could go for a meat cake right now. Without ketchup? Get the fuck... No, I put barbecue sauce on my meatloaf. Well, that's because I make a barbecue meatloaf. Is the reasoning for that. I want it to cut back to her
non-binary is more
her
of a
face.
political term than anything else. If it comes down to conversations about trans people, I just wish actual transsexuals were having them, and oftentimes it's activists who are non-binary.
There is so much variance. You are not a trans woman of color.
See, again, like, baby girl, honey, that's the like right idea, wrong way to phrase it.
You are not a poor trans woman. You have different experiences as a trans person that we need to talk about. We cannot parse out at the exact same time to have this conversation.
Yeah, everything's nuanced, but at the end of the day, there's a very fine line between someone who's a transsexual.
You don't know my life. You don't know my experiences with gender dysphoria.
We don't know each other's life. I'm not saying that. I think you're the one that said that I was erasing you as trans.
You literally did. Don't try and argue that you didn't. You literally just did. Your whole thing is saying that, oh no, non-binary people aren't actually trans. You maroon? What? You absolutely did.
I am. Like, you're not trans. Like, there's a...
What? How? God, her editing is so dog shit. How do you make a video where you say, you said I'm saying this, as if to say you didn't actually say that, and then proceed to show yourself actually fucking saying it?
Medical definition of being a transsexual.
I'm going to stop you. Jamie, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Do you feel like talking? You don't have to. Okay.
When the pronoun shit started happening.
God, fuck you, you wretched actual bog bitch. Like, that last couple seconds of just rubbing salt in the wound because you... tried to dehumanize somebody in front of a crowd of people and they didn't take it perfectly. Oh, Blair White, get in a room with me, bitch.
I remember people being pretty much universally dismissive that it would ever lead to any actual like societal problems or any issues. You could mostly...
Yeah, because it wasn't until it was hijacked by people you support. Like it really wasn't a problem. Nobody gave a fuck until people got annoyed with it. Until people started using ideas like compelled speech, which has never been a thing. There's never been any kind of compelled speech. You can absolutely not use somebody's pronouns. You're just an asshole, and people will call you out about it, which hopefully still holds true.
Just avoid anybody going by they, them, or any weird pronouns. And it was mostly on college campuses, and it mostly didn't matter. Until, of course, Bill C-16 in Canada came out, and suddenly there was an attempt to legislate people's speech.
Bill C-16, which, by the way, the Senate just passed, right? Half the conservatives voted for it, despite the fact that the Justice Minister was presented with an amendment that clearly...
Oh, he big mad. Include gender identity expression as protected grounds. Defined as advocating genocide. Enshrines the rights of trans or gender diverse Canadians by including them under human rights and hate crime laws has sparked some debate. Critics voice concerns that the law will penalize citizens who do not use specific pronouns. Pronoun usage. Does the bill legislate the use of certain language, and could someone go to jail for using the wrong pronoun? In the criminal code, which does not reference pronouns, Cosmo says misusing pronouns alone would not constitute a criminal act. Damn, that's fucking crazy. It cannot rise to the level of advocating genocide, inciting hatred, or hate crimes. The Canadian Human Rights Act does not mention pronouns either. The Act protects certain groups from discrimination. If someone refused to use a preferred pronoun and it was determined to constitute discrimination or harassment, could that potentially result in jail time? It is possible, though a process would start with a complaint and progress to proceeding before a human rights tribunal. So, no. It's bullshit. It recognizes somebody's innate personhood and their ability to self-determine and self-identify is what that was. And that pissed this loser off so fucking much. And now we have to deal with it forever.
Indicated that Bill C-16 would not infringe upon free speech and refused to consider the amendment. So that's where we are. There's compelled speech.
And pretty soon...
That's not... Why don't you actually talk about what the bill is? She's not going to. And she's not going to. By the way, Jordan Peterson never saw any jail time or any charges or any of that shit. He was just called an asshole. So yeah, okay, after the slippery slope of the bill that didn't do the thing I'm saying it does, what happened next, Blair?
The mainstream cultural expectation was that everyone had to respect everyone's pronouns, no matter how stupid they were, no matter...
That has never been a cultural expectation. Like, I'm going to be straight up with you. No. Nope. Nah. Like, do you know how hard it is to get even well-meaning people to use they, them pronouns consistently? Girl, it is not a cultural expectation. God. Well, he lost his job because he wouldn't, respond to anything that he was given. He lost his job. More as a formality than anything else.
How nonsensical they were at all times, and it was basically treated like you were saying the N-word or some shit if you did not.
What? Where? When? What? In what fucking world? I can't. Maybe we should watch more Blair White shit, because every time I watch one of her videos, I am just aghast by the shit she said, just out of fucking pocket. People treated misgendering like the N-word? Huh? Oh? I What are we doing here, girl? Yeah, they also ignored the difference between mistaken misgendering and malicious misgendering, which are not the same things. Like, again, if you knew any actual trans, queer, non-binary people, you would also know that there is nobody more forgiving of honest misgendering, of accidental misgendering, than queer people.
Which is insane.
My pronouns aren't preferred, they are mandatory.
And what I still see so many libs truly not understanding is that this was actually an infringement on people's lives. For the first time, the topic was touching them in a very real way. Suddenly, you could get fired at work for not respecting people's pronouns.
Oh, wow. Misgendering student. Are you willing to bet? I don't want to go through the whole thing of looking into them. I know we've looked at one of these dorks before. But when we've looked into these stories in the past, again, it turns out 100% of the time, it has little to do with the fact that they didn't want to gender them or accidentally misgender them, and more the fact that they willfully were assholes and discriminated against children. So fuck them. Because guess what? If they're going to do that to a queer kid and they think they can get away with it, what else are they going to do to a kid of color? To a girl? Where is that line for them? That they don't respect the autonomy of a child. Fuck them. Alrighty, I have my food is almost here. Okay, it's going real quick now. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to go order some food, or pick up my food. Maybe? No, no. Okay, yes, I will be right back. What universe is Blair White living in where misgendering was ever treated with the severity of the N-word? Nowhere. The one that allows her to hold this position without feeling any guilt or self-reflection. That's basically it.
We never had any official, laws in the states like that as they did in Canada. However, I know multiple people who were fired for not respecting people's pronouns, no matter how stupid they were. It's a story I hear in emails and messages all of the time. So this is what...
Now, Blair, was it because they misgendered them? Or, in the case of that airplane lady where she was ejected after misgendering. All right, let me look this up real quick. Misgendering flight attendants 4 months ago. Wow. Following a discussion about having too many carry-on items. Got their pronouns wrong. I'm not very well versed with pronouns. The United staff accused her of a hate crime. Might be bullshit. Bullshit. Here we go. Want their actual explanation, not fucking the conservatives. Matter was resolved and the customers took a later United flight to finish their trip. However, before she was apparently rebooked, Longoria took to Instagram. They're saying it's a hate crime that I did and I might not even be able to fly United again. Even in her videos, it appears there was more to the story, with another showing a United Airlines staffer suggesting that Longoria had done more than just confuse pronouns. In the clip, she can be seen talking to a United staff member who informs her it was the captain's decision to deny her from the flight for, quote, what came out of your mouth. The employee also tells her there was some more that I heard, beyond the pronoun error. Huh. Shocking. But again, I'm sure it was just a pronoun slip up. I'm sure that's all it was. I'm sure it wasn't like her calling people slurs. Just a pronoun slip up, though.
The culture became, and it was all because of this tiny fringe group of just like complete freaks. And I don't even mean like trans equals freak. What I mean is like the activists were undeniably
Okay, no, keep going, bitch.
Freaks. Gender is a universe. It is a broad spectrum of planets and stars and sky that truly cannot be contained.
And trust me, I'm not even trying to cover for like trans activists being different from just trans people, because they are, but by and large still, regular trans people just let it happen. The community pretty much had a consensus that these activists were, moving things in the right way and pushing people forward. And in reality, all it was doing was pissing people off and making trans people who previously were not even thinking this way into extremists themselves. And that's what these dumbasses don't understand, is that pronouns are utilitarian words. So,
are utilitarian words? Wow. Big words there. Yeah, that's why they use pronouns. That's why they use different pronouns, Blair, to better get across how they identify in their experience. That's, yeah, you got it. You nailed it. It's also very funny how she's now like trying to be like, just nobody understood that they thought it was pushing those, making everybody into far right or far left activists. And it's like, that's just a way of saying that, again, she wasn't part of the community and nobody liked her and nobody trusted her. Like, she's like, oh, even people who mean well, they got turned into these radical activists. It's like, no, you're just a fucking bitch and nobody wanted to be around you, Blair.
People say he and she based on a subconscious assessment of the person they're interacting with's secondary sex characteristics. There's actually not much thought, any thought put into it. But suddenly, we all had to think about it all the time. And then suddenly you had a generation of people caught up in...
You actually don't, Blair. Let me tell you why. You can just ask. You can just ask. This, like, to say nothing of how much this says about conservatives' ability to, like, recognize the potential for their own thought. Where they seem to just be like, how can I think of this many pronouns? How can I possibly consider this many things at once? And it's like, you just fucking ask. It's just a normalized thing to ask. What? Oh my goodness. Emma Von Doom, thank you for subscribing. Kev3, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, what she means is I don't want to change. Yeah, no, she doesn't want to learn. She doesn't want to have empathy for anybody else. But like, come on, son.
This ideological movement, this political movement of gender fluidity, non-binary, holding up their phones, having public freakouts all over social media.
Disgusting. I just went through the Taco Bell drive-thru, and do you know how they greeted me? They said, hello.
Now again, this is taking a couple examples of a couple people on social media and saying it's representative of hundreds of thousands of people, which is at best disingenuous, Blair. But she knows that. That's her entire shtick.
Hello, ma'am. And then after handing me my food, said, thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Bitch, what about me says ma'am?
Tell me why I just got misgendered at the pharmacy getting my testosterone needles.
I went into the bank. The girl who was doing it had a question, and
all of these are also like pretty fair. Like if you can identify somebody based on what Blair is saying, okay, Blair. I know both men and women, born men and women, cis men and women, who look like the opposite sex. If they get misgendered, even though they are cis and ostensibly straight, should they not correct someone? Like, what's the outcome you're talking about there? Yeah, the reason these freakouts are anywhere is because of people like Blair. Because of people like Blair and Matt Walsh and all these other fucking dorks. God, we have so much left in this video. Good God. Now I got hiccups.
And she calls her coworker over like, well, he's trying to change his name on his account. And I'm like, she.
Absolutely losing their minds that people didn't know what to call them when they were visually obscuring what their gender even was. Or expecting someone to say something that looked completely opposite to what they were presenting.
You're also making the mistake of thinking that, like, the makeup they put on for a video is how they looked in whatever encounter they were talking about, unless otherwise stated, like those two people were. Yeah, somebody's saying, Banana Brains, I'm cis, and when I was about 16, I met a friend of a friend, and he asked, oh, is this your GF? Then I laughed and said, I'm a dude. Who's got that one video of the femboy at the anime convention where somebody's like streaming and goes up to like interview him, and the person interviewing is like, "Oh, hey, are you oh god, yeah, that one, Felix, yeah." That's a good one. But it proves your point. It's like, no, guess what? Sometimes people just don't fucking know. I got the fry fever now.
Yes, the GameStop trans person is a very good example of that.
Excuse me.
I cannot fucking believe she's showing this right now as evidence. That's a good example of what she's fucking showing. Are you fucking kidding? This is like, honestly, this is like if a, well, in the conservative, I mean, they still do. They show the picture of like that one red-haired protester, the like, again, if you want to talk about secondary sex characteristics, this is somebody who has breasts, who has blonde hair, who is wearing female clothing, makeup, the whole nine, and still getting misgendered. It's disproving what the fuck you're talking about, Blair. But also, yes, it's just a shitty, like, because one person had a bad reaction one time, the internet will never fucking forget it. Yeah, SJW triggered compilation. It is fucking 2016 SJW triggered compilation core is what Blair's going for here, I guess.
It's ma'am. It is ma'am. Motherfucker, take it outside. If you want to call me sir again, I will show you a fucking sir.
How this all happened, that society has turned on trans people to understand that any movement that even optically places itself as a threat to women or children is destined to fail, is destined
optically places itself as a threat to women or children. Okay. So much wrong there. Oh yeah, the section is called "They Messed with the Kids." Christ alive, Blair. It was not, in fact, a threat to women or children, if you can believe such a thing. No, like I said, it was depicted as that. It has been repackaged and sold as that through conservative propaganda. Blair, you should be able to determine this, because when you were a trans person, by the way, in 2015, when it was all normal to be trans, there wasn't anybody talking about the devious specter of trans women's and women's restrooms. Now there is. Now it's being used as an election issue. Even though there hasn't been any actual radical change in, like, examples of violence or assault being actually done in these spaces at all. But it's still become that wedge issue. Do you ever think about, no, like, I need to stop asking if she's thought about things. The answer is no. The answer is no.
to die, and honestly deserves to. It used to be 1 or 2 instances of underage trans people in small liberal countries halfway across the planet.
Kim Petras, who is probably the youngest person in the world to have a sex change. But how easy was it to make that life-changing decision at such a young age?
And then all of a sudden, you had sex changes for minors in all 50 states. And I cannot stress enough that this...
Sex changes for minors in all 50 states. Sex changes for minors in all... Something that absolutely does not happen. Oh boy. Oh my God. Me when I'm full of shit. Yeah. Oh, here we go. We got drag queen stuff. Is she gonna talk shit about books she hasn't read? She's gonna talk about genderqueer. Oh, fucking leave Alana out of athlete backlash. Men and women's prisons, cool. Citing Tucker is very smart. I really bathroom bowl. All right, where do we go from here? I know what all this shit's gonna be. I don't care to see it. I've lived it, bitch. I've seen it all. It's okay, Ring Banana. How about something? Do you have something wholesome? We can watch something wholesome. I want to eat my burger, though. Yeah, if y'all got something wholesome, it's been a pretty long stream, but we can wrap up. All right, Fighting Hobbit. I'm
Fire alarm every day didn't do them any favors either. So where do we go from here? People are probably not going to want to hear this, but I personally feel like the community deserves the cultural backlash happening. The community and its activists were acting as cultural poisons for at least a decade, and
cultural
a healthy
poisons?
society is
God,
going
you
to
bitch.
push back. It just is what it is. Short of any
society is going to. You are so fucking dumb. Like. All right, let's hear her talk about how all non-binaries need to be like thrown down a well.
For any violence, anything unconstitutional, anything that happens is actually going to be your fault. You're supposed to actually participate in society. There needs to be an emphasis on social integration, not social domination. And until
social domination. Social domination. God damn. You need to step in lockstep with everything I believe. Otherwise, you're a rabble-rouser, and you deserve literally any persecution you get. Oh, man.
Let go of that second one, it's never going to work out. You have to drop the trans kid issue. From now on, it needs to be 18 and older, yes.
Drop the trans kid issue. I can't fucking believe. I mean, so she was an adult when she transitioned, so she doesn't know what it was like, I guess.
That's my personal opinion. I know a lot of people say it needs to be in their 20s or whatever. I personally feel like if you can die for your country at 18, you can do what you want as far as elective surgeries. But until the community stops fighting for kids to receive these treatments or stop letting the activists argue for this issue on their behalf, it's never going to be okay. No one's going backwards on that one. And y'all have a false paradigm that progress is just this thing that always goes forward, and that the idea of trans kids is a progressive idea. It's in fact not. It's a regressive.
It's a regressive idea to allow trans kids to live happy, healthy, and productive lives. Wow. Wow.
Idea. It's a Nazi paperclip ass idea that is not going to fit anywhere in a modern society going forward. People are
Nazi paper. Do you mean Project Paperclip? Again, you have these ideas that I just know she picked up from somebody fucking else. Like, she heard about Project Paperclip from somewhere and, like, knew that, oh, some Nazi scientists came to America at some point, right? Like that. And I'm sure somewhere that got fucking wrapped in with, like, that's when the transgenders started their takeover of America. Like, somewhere that must be fucking wrapped up in there. The idea, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
Aren't going back on that, so drop it. You gotta drop the trans women and women's sports as well. Create trans leagues. It's very simple. It's another thing I've been screaming forever. It would not only give you...
Create trans leagues with, like, 3 people in it, because there aren't that many trans athletes. What they're gonna have all 11 athletes in the country that were just banned in a league doing what? Like, but they don't even have a team.
Y'all in industry and give y'all the community you so desperately seek and talk about all the time. It would be an act of good faith to the wider public that y'all are willing to do things that actually respect women rather than trying to transgress on.
Trying to transgress on. See, and this really gets down to the idea of, like, Blair and Brianna don't see themselves as women, and I don't mean in a biological sense. I mean in the sense of, like, they don't see themselves as being treated like women, and it's so bizarre to me.
Women's spaces and women's rights at every turn. So you're giving up the sports fight. It's over. You lost. You really lost on all these issues, and quite frankly, everyone wants me to.
It's so fucking vile of her to sit back and try and tell other people that, oh, you lost, as if she's victorious. Bitch, you supported the losing all the time.
To speak on, Trump's moves in the first few weeks of his new administration and the things that he's done towards gender ideology and trans people. And again, I feel like they're deserved. And if you really want to nail them down one by one, what are the things that people are so upset about? I personally respect that he went on air saying that trans surgery for minors is not okay.
It never has been. It never fucking has been. God, you were so fucking... Oh, man.
And that trans surgeries going forward
done.
are going to be performed very rarely.
There are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely.
This is the correct take. It should be rare. It should not be treated as some blanket treat.
It's not, you fucking... All right, I'm done with this. I need something slightly more... I'm fucking... God, she's such a bitch. Why was this sent to me? Creme caramel. Is this a good video? Ooh, we could start watching the new Anita Bryant. Yeah, I don't want to make people too hungry. All right, I want something to watch while I'm eating. So let's go. Yeah, thank you, Tuffy, for $5. Totally for $5. Bodily autonomy requires that kids can have surgeries they want, actually. Yeah, fucking imagine that. Kecker Dane, thank you for $10. The only thing getting poisoned here is my brain cells literally every time she opens her mouth. I know the fucking thought. All right, I'm gonna watch just a little bit of Fundy Fridays. If you don't know them, you better like them. As I eat my burger. I'm fucking hungry.
Hi, I'm Anita Bryant, And on behalf of the Fundy Fridays Corporation and Bellessa, I would like to extend an invitation to join our adult toy giveaway. Just check out the info box below or the pinned comment to sign up, and everyone who joins purchase. And just remember, would you? Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. I am Jen. This is Fundy Fridays, and here on my channel I talk about different aspects of Christian fundamentalism, American conservative politics, pop culture, and gay stuff. And today is a very gay episode. There's going to be a lot of trauma, a lot of bad stuff that happens, but there is a twist at the end of this video that I hope will make it all worthwhile. That's right, today we are talking about Anita Bryant, the orange juice salesman turned E-list celebrity grifter who decided to turn all of the attention onto hating gay people and calling them groomers back in 1977. We're currently seeing some parallels with that kind of person in pop culture today. How many people fit that description? It's the who's who of deplorables that were at the most recent inauguration. A bunch of celebrities who can't get jobs anymore, so they turn to bigotry because at the very least it gives them a tiny bit of attention and they can't live without that. So anyway, I truly believe that Anita was the prototype for that type of conservative celebrity who kind of dabbles in activism but mostly just talks shit on X or Facebook or whatever the newest website for boomers is. And I truly believe that if she was still alive, you would see Anita on Fox News today. She did die kind of sad and broke, so there's that, but she left a trail of destruction in her wake that is just not funny at all. And we're gonna see some really cool people today, like Thomas Higgins, but the most of this episode is gonna be about Anita and how much she sucks. But anyway, it's been a long time since I've done a regular episode, and I had always kind of wanted to do the Anita Bryant episode. I knew that she was culturally significant, but it wasn't until her death that I really felt like I had an excuse to cover her, because I've been attempting to be topical recently and it's really hard. Like, I just don't have the spark to want to do like super topical news. It's been hard, but I figured this is a good time to do it as any. But it's kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna try to be fast with this because, you know, I think that the rambles really belong best at the end of the video. But in case you don't make it that far, James and I have been through a lot recently. Not to be dramatic, but I'm sure some of you will understand, like, my life kind of changed after Elvis died. That happened so fast and traumatically, and that was in July. And then, of course, our entire, like, HVAC system broke, and we didn't have heat for many weeks during the winter. And then James got diagnosed with testicular cancer, and he's currently at chemo treatment right now. I went with him and sat with him the entire first day, but I needed to get some work done. And so today I'm filming that. And then his grandma died last week, and that was also like a really big shock because we weren't expecting that. And then I also have another grandma that died 2 weeks ago. And I mean, everybody's bummed out about Trump. That goes without saying, but it's been a difficult couple of months, and to top it all off, like, not complaining, I am extremely grateful for the platform that I have, but like, view counts have just not been where they previously were, and like, I'm sure I could work harder.
All of this, I completely, yeah, Elvis was her dog. Yeah, it has been a lot for everybody. View counts also same for me, which is why the donos really help right now. But I have checked in with Jen and James in the last couple weeks because of some of this stuff, and they are doing good. But yeah, it's Them and like, here's the fucking crazy part. They're not the only YouTube friend I have that's like fucking going through it right now. And it's crazy to me. We in a racist gang here, or are we on some commie shit? I do not know what that even means. I'm not a racist gang, certainly. I don't know why those are the only two options, though.
Make more content, make it faster, do shorts, promote it everywhere. I could do the whole thing, but I just can't. My brain shut down. I can't do any more. And so it's just been hard. And I really appreciate the support from you guys. Like, seriously, because of the Genonites, like, I'm able to have this as my job, and you guys literally are my livelihood. So anyway, long story short, we have to be creative in how we raise money for things. And so here is a word from the sponsor of today's video, Bellessa. Hello, my name is Anita Bryant. Sexual to silent my giveaway culture, which, you know, no offense to evangelicals. I know a few cool new evangelicals. A few short years after her crusade, the Moral Majority was formed. And I'm not saying that she had a direct hand in influencing the Moral Majority, but her and Jerry Falwell were buddies. And he has quoted her on multiple occasions, especially with the rhetoric that gays can't reproduce, so they recruit, which doesn't even make sense if you think about it for more than 2 seconds.
Now, if that sounds familiar to you, it's because they fucking still say that dumb bullshit about trans people. Specifically about trans people. Ridiculous. Like, it's all just fucking regurgitated old bullshit.
She was an actress, a singer. She would have been on the TikTok shop if it was around. She loved being in commercials.
Hi, I'm Anita Bryant. You know, you don't have to shop in an orange grove to get that good-tasting natural orange juice from Florida. You can get it any day in your favorite store. Look, fresh frozen concentrate. This little can makes a big pitcher full, or ready to serve in bottles or cartons, and an easy-to-store can. Any way you buy it, it's all pure juice from Florida oranges. Florida oranges have that good natural sunshine taste because they spend months drinking in all that good natural Florida sunshine. Come to the Florida Sunshine Tree. That's where you get a glass of energy. Orange juice with natural vitamin C at the Florida Sunshine Tree. Why not put a little sunshine in your day? Remember, breakfast without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
So much so that, like, that's what she was known for. It would be like if Flo from Progressive randomly made a heel turn and started hating gay people.
Anita Bryant is not reluctant to use her show business background during her public appearances on behalf of Save Our Children.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Has really been the best thing that's ever happened to the gay community. She is getting families to talk to each other for the first time. Parents and kids who are just totally wide apart about, their own inner communications are now saying, hey, sure, this is what's going on.
Yes, society had made a lot of breakthroughs in, like, gay acceptance, but it wasn't like it is now, you know. I know everyone's rolling back the DEI, but back in the day, it was controversial to have gay people on television, even if they weren't portrayed in a sexual situation. Like, just having them on TV or in the media was seen as like a threat. They were seen as sexual deviants who just wanted to harm children. And there was a lot of homophobia, and not just the culture, but like it was written into law. It was illegal to do certain sex acts. It was illegal to have a same-sex relationship. It was illegal to present in gender non-conforming ways. Queer people would be rounded up by the police, whether it be bars, clubs, even just like simple places where gay people were congregating, just eating food, like just anywhere that they existed, they were allowed to be rounded up, and they were subjected to really horrific things. Things that I can't even mention on this channel lest I get demonetized, but like people were dying, they were being killed, and that didn't discourage queer people. They still fought for their rights every single day, and they risked their lives doing so. You could be fired, you could lose your house, you could lose custody of your children. The stakes were incredibly high. That doesn't mean that gay people or trans people or gender non-conforming, queer, anybody under that alphabet umbrella existed, and there was varying degrees of, acceptance, but Anita Bryant really brought this issue, and they would call it the gay issue, to mainstream straight Christian audiences. For the first time, they really had to like...
One thing that's interesting here to actually talk about, I think, is that whatever I talked about earlier tonight, I talked about what pride might look like. Yeah, sure, Banana Braids. What's the channel username? Thank you, Eldon Lore Hoarder. Excuse me. Banana Brains, what's the channel name? Buster McTunder. Hello, little dog. Hello, little tiny dog. You're so tiny. You're so tiny. All right. Whoa. I'm still a little bit sick, but I'm honestly like... Hey. That's enough. That's enough. Sit. I'm still a little bit sick, but I feel 10,000% better. Ryson. Like it has been so much better. Yeah, no, like Sanguina, this flu laid me the fuck out. You probably got whatever I got. Like I was fucked up this last week, but I'm like, outside of my voice, I'm feeling so much better, and I'm like, honestly, I thought it would be so much harder to do this tonight than it has been. Actually, like we've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so I am better. I'm mostly all decongested. I just need to hack up the last of whatever's down my throat. The power of Wendy's, so true. And I think we'll go do that real quick, because I need to do some other stuff tonight. We've been streaming for a minute. Oh, what I was going to say about Pride, though, before anybody goes. The idea that, Pride this year, because we were talking about it earlier, the idea of Pride being something to worry about. And I understand that, but I think this is where it's important to know queer history and why it's valuable to know queer history, to realize that, like, however hard we think we have it, it's going to be a long fucking time of a lot of really bad shit happening before we get to as bad as other people had it back in the day. Other than that, I think we're yeah, Draxus Stormscale, we're going to be reminded that pride has always been a protest. I think Vicks Vapor, well, a lot of people have been saying, like, oh, get this and Vicks Vapor Rub and this medication and stuff. I don't really need it, y'all. Like, I know my voice sounds kind of rough probably, but I'm really, like, I'm okay. I feel fine. It's just a little lingering cough. And granted, maybe I'm rating on a scale or on a curve because, like, my fucking brain was cooked for a couple days. Like, I wasn't able to move out of bed for a little while. The least safe pride is always going to be the first one. Yeah. Like there are so many ways in which the people who came before us, and I talked about this. Where did I talk about this? Oh, I talked about it in the Washington, D.C. video. There are so many things and so many ways that we owe it to the people who came before us to keep fighting. And I think pride is one of the most important ways. And recognizing the need for that celebration, I think it goes hand in hand with it being a queer person, also recognizing the need for celebrating those other cultures, those other ideas. Whether that's, Black History Month, whether that's Women's Lib, like, whatever. Like, do not forget where all this shit came from, and it came from people fighting and not being afraid to stand up and fight. I'm dressed like a comically sick person? How? I just have a scarf and a shirt. I just have a regular shirt on and my kafaya. What? When was SpongeBob wearing a kafaya? I would kind of slay though. That would be kind of a serve, not gonna lie. Am I not saying it right? I know I'm not saying it right. Good night, Squib. The scarf. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Stereotypically sick person. Oh. Oh, SpongeBob wears scarves when he's sick. I did not know this. Boring Tiger. The only 2 times I went to Boston, I got sick when I came back. Last month, I can hardly breathe right. It took me a week to get better. Yeah. It's been... I wasn't kidding, y'all. It's been... Like, usually when I get sick, it's like for a day or two, then I bounce back, and I might have like a day or two of getting better. But like, I was in deep for like 3 or 4 days. I can't fucking believe that we're on Saturday right now, because the last week just zipped by. I didn't even see it fucking happen. Yeah. But anyway, I am going to go, because we're about 5 hours in. We're going to go raid Banana Braid's friend. Oh, no. What was it? Oh, damn it. All right, you owe me, Banana. Or I guess fucking not, because it won't let me search for anybody to raid. So cool. Having issues fetching my raid channels. Well, I guess not then. Either way, oh, Swamp Frog Person, thank you and feel better. Your channel has helped me a lot recently. I'm glad to hear that. Naughty Roomba, I know Naughty Roomba and Farah are online. I wanted to go bother Farah again about coming on the channel sometime, but yeah. Thank you all so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for sticking with me through this nasty throat cold. And I hope we'll be able to see you all shortly. And stay tuned to the channel. I have a new video coming hopefully Monday. And then after that, it's going to be full steam ahead until the Brianna Wu piece gets done. And I'm very... Well, Buster McTender, I can't search for anybody to raid. I haven't forgotten. I literally can't. Like, it won't let me raid anybody. I do apologize. But yes, everybody go check out Buster McTender. I hear he's good. And I hope you